So Lisa should be on now. She should be live. She's going to try and get in a. She's going to try and. I've had to spun the camera on either been. Just waiting for Lisa, guys. There she goes. Accept. There we go. That's
Hey, and we've finally done it. The split
Hey,
screen.
we're
It only
practically
took me what?
geniuses now.
It only took me three videos on YouTube to work it out.
I've watched about 8, so you've done better than I did. So it's that easy. It's that
It's
easy,
that
really.
easy. How did we
Yeah.
not work this out weeks ago?
I don't know. I might have to swap. I might have to swap tripods in the middle of this because this tripod suddenly decided it's got like a dodgy foot, so I might have to drag it. I might have to get Kate to drag me another one out. It seems to be all right at the moment, but
Yeah, do you know, my wee thing's the same. It's good, but it's wobbly and all. So if I kind of start going ski whiff, it's only my stand, guys. Don't worry. We've
I'm
been
just
on a wee few minutes early just to give everyone a chance to join.
yeah.
Oh, the link actually. I forgot about the link. I haven't got it copied and pasted, to put into the comments. Um,
Do you, how long
do
will it
we
take
have
you to
any?
do?
Do we have any mods in here at the minute? If any of my mods are here, can you give me a wee shout? I need a favour. On my wall there is the GoFundMe link. There's the GoFundMe link to Nathan.
Oh, you're playing. 2 seconds, I'm going to close this door.
Yes, no worries. I'm looking the wee link put into the comments, guys, for Nathan's GoFundMe if we can. It is on my main wall, and I meant to do it before we started, but I've been flying about here like a headless chicken, and we're just going to give everyone a wee couple of minutes to join us here.
So I'm sat chilling. I'm actually sat on the sofa tonight, not up at my table. I think this is going to be quite a long one, isn't it? So
Yeah,
I've got about 4 litres of water.
a lot of details to cover.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm doing my usual. Everything I know is in there.
Yeah,
What I don't know, I've got my iPad here as well.
yeah,
But most of it, we've probably gone over it that much.
yeah. I think, yeah, and I do have my notes here in front of me that I can refer to. But as I say, we've talked a lot in depth over about this between ourselves and with Nathan's family over the past week. So a lot of it is in our heads. But we may need to refer to our notes and stuff at times, and to make sure we give you the most accurate information. You may see us kind of referring to our notes separately, but that's simply so that we can deliver you the most accurate information that we can.
One thing I must say as well is to everybody who's watching, and there's going to be a lot more people joining soon as well. We've put the best part of 7 or 8 days serious hard graft into this, haven't we? We've toiled, we've sweated, we've cried, we've lost sleep, we've banged our heads against walls, we've threw our toys out the pram. I'm still looking for my dummy somewhere. It's been one of them. It's been so difficult.
It's been a roller coaster of a week.
Yeah, it has. It has. And again, just before we get into this with Nathan, I mean, for anybody who's aware, there was a young man went missing in Alicante early hours of Saturday morning and tragically was found unalive last night. It's just happening over and over again, and it seems to be this part of the world.
Yeah.
And
Can I ask you, how do you pronounce that young man's name? Is it Jovic?
I think you pronounce it Jorvac. I would have
Okay.
tend to find it's like a silent. It's like my name in Spanish is Hey.
Yes, Leanne, he is now unfortunately found unalive as well. So that's another case. That young man's mother is now wanting answers. I believe he was found with a head gash, but they've put it down to his post-mortem said something about a blood clot. So there's more unanswered questions from Spain, and I'm just getting my charger in because
they seem the police here seem to be just jumping straight to the easiest solution, don't they?
Every time, yeah. I suppose a lot of people throughout police forces across the world can't be arsed with the paperwork, to put it nicely. So if there's an easier option and an easier route to take, they more than likely will.
Somebody just said we keep breaking up a little bit. Does that sound better? I had a problem with my internet last night. Is that a little bit better now?
Yeah, because we want
Tracy?
to make sure everything's running smoothly.
Is that
Before we
Tracy?
go
It could be
into.
my end because I have a son upstairs on the Xbox, and when it comes to Spain, we're almost like a third world country when it comes to Wi-Fi. To be honest, there's still. Is that better?
Yeah, I think that's better. I
Yeah.
can hear you both fine.
Yeah, I'm on my mobile data, which seems to be better sometimes in my house. So I've come off Wi-Fi. Yeah, Kay's saying it's fine. So we'll give it a few minutes and we'll get going. I think.
Yeah.
What I
Because,
don't, what I
it
don't,
has,
what we don't want to have to do is to get into this, and then in 20 minutes people are joining. So
yeah.
a few minutes.
But we did want to give everyone a few wee minutes to join. Which side to watch? Just popping in to say hello. Oh, any side. We're both equally joined together tonight, Lisa Jane. So wherever you feel. Can I just say before we do begin too, if our mods can be very careful tonight, now I don't expect there'll be any negative comments. But in previous lives there have been people blocked, victims' family members. So just be careful. And I do get if someone says something that's maybe a wee bit uncomfortable. But unless it's really out there, give them a chance. We do like everyone's opinion. So just be careful on the blocking, guys. There has been a few that has been blocked that maybe shouldn't have been. So unless someone's really stepping out of line, I think our main focus tonight is to keep full respect for Nathan's family, and remember that there is a grieving family behind all this. And as I say, I don't imagine any negative comments anyway, but just in case, we'll address that at the beginning.
Yeah. Jay need to add as a mod. So let me just click on K. How do we do this? Click on there. Add moderator. There we go. So Kay, I've just added Kay as a mod anyway. So if anyone would like to help us out moderating tonight, just tell us now and we can quickly add you. We're up to 48 people. We'll give it another 5 minutes or so because there is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think before we even kind of go into this case, I think we need to make a huge point of especially young people being aware when they're out, and regardless of what city in the world that you're in. I think we need to really focus on the importance of everyone sticking together and not leaving anyone to go home alone, first and foremost. And that's across the world. It's not just when you go abroad, because things can happen anywhere. And that's quite often what we're seeing when we're fighting these tragic stories. It's quite often someone has, I'll be fine, I'll head off on my own. Never let anyone leave anywhere alone. And that would be my main piece of advice before we even get into specifics regarding this case.
I mean, we all think we're streetwise and know what we're doing until we don't.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have to say, I would be one of those people that would be, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm not easily intimidated. I'm grand. I'll be fine. So I think I have to take my own advice too and stop slipping off on my own.
Yeah, I know. Observer, I've just added her as a mod as well. She knows what she's doing, so she'll.
I actually thought the Observer was already a mod for me. So happy days, brilliant. Hi, Carla. We're fairly getting a few wee people in here now, so we'll give it another wee minute, and then we'll start talking about Nathan then.
Yeah. I mean, it is a very, very, very what's the best word to describe this? Stretched out case, isn't it? When you think, obviously, when people watch us tonight and we build that timeline, there's so much to go over, and there's so much to remember, and there's so many little blank spots when we originally got the information. There were so many blank spots, and we've worked so hard in the last week to fill in some of them blank spots, and we've still got blank spots, but we are getting closer and closer and closer. So.
And I have to say, as soon as this live ends, I know my next course of action. Jay knows his next course of action, and even after this live ends, we're going straight back to the books and getting into more details. So, it has been hard work, but at the same time,
Nathan's family's watching. Somebody Gaynors just said Nathan's family's watching. Is Alana here? I think Alana said she was going to be busy for a little while with the littling because they've got a little baby.
And Lee also has a very young little baby as well, so they may be kind of in and out of the live.
Here. Alana's here. Good evening, Alana.
Hey, darling.
Yeah.
Yes, and Lee's here. So Nathan's
Guys,
family are
could
here.
you all share this live as well? Every single one of you that's on here, there's 60 odd people on here now watching. Could you all please just quickly, just for a quick second, share this live to all your friends? We need as many people in. We need as many eyes and ears on this as possible.
Case, yeah. Because that is what the main purpose of this live is. It's to trigger people's memories and find out exactly what Nathan's movements are after,
Everyone's sharing. Well done, guys.
Information.
How do I share everyone in?
The more people we can get kind of listening and watching and thinking and sharing with our friends, and raising awareness to the situation and Nathan in particular.
Yeah. We're almost seven or 8 minutes in. We'll give it a couple of minutes. Jay, who's Nathan? Billy, if you just give us a few minutes, we're going to explain all about that.
We haven't started yet, so that you haven't missed anything. We're just giving everyone a wee chance to jump in because there's so much to go through. We don't want to have to keep repeating over and over again. So once we kind of start, it goes in flow. So there won't be much room for it. We'll maybe be able to do very, very quick recaps. But in general, it's going to be kind of just flowing.
Guys, if you just go to the bottom right of your screen, there'll be an arrow. Just click on it and it gives you the option to share. Just do that. It would be appreciated.
Can we pin comments because we're co-hosting? Does any of the mods know if we can pin a wee comment? Because I really want Nathan's GoFundMe, if we can, pinned at the top of this chat so that everyone coming in has access to that link. It is on my main page. If we could get one of we can't? No? Okay.
If someone can quickly drop out and go to Lisa's main page and copy and paste that GoFundMe into a comment, and we'll just keep, and then the mods can just keep pinning it. That's probably the best way to do it. Not while co-hosting.
It can't be pinned. See if we can have it on copy and paste and kind of just even every 5 minutes.
Yes, please.
That would work. And I know it's a lot to ask of you, but I should have had it copied and pasted to put in a comment, and I forgot to do it before I came on live. So, but we do really want it kind of thrown into the chat, even if we could do it every 5 or 10 minutes, just put it in. We can't pin, that's what we're saying. If any even commenters, once that link goes in, if you can just copy and paste the link and put it into the comments every 5 minutes or so, that would be great. Thank you.
That'd be good.
Yeah. And can I kind of just say that the GoFundMe that we're gonna hopefully have in the comments very shortly, it's a GoFundMe that's been very recently set up, and the purpose of it is to kind of fund Nathan's family, in particular his brother Lee and his sister Alana. They've reached a point now where they do need to actually seek legal assistance here in the UK, and that's going to come at a cost. And if anyone does feel like giving any money, it's exactly where it's going. It's in the legal costs to liaise with Spanish and get the things that's needed for answers for Nathan. So we would really, really appreciate even the smallest donation to that GoFundMe. Now, Jay, if I could just first ask you for a wee bit of background, how did we come across and stumble upon this case?
It was last week. I got a message an inbox message on my TikTok from Alana, Nathan's sister, just telling me about what had happened to her brother Nathan, and she asked if myself and you could help. She'd seen us, and she sent me quickly her brother Lee's WhatsApp. So I went straight on and added it, sent Lee a message, and we got chatting. And from there, me and Lee had a few messages, and I said, the easiest thing is I'm going to call you. So I called Lee, and we had quite an extensive conversation. And a few minutes in, I really knew that this was something that we needed to do. Basically, when Lee described to me about his brother, about him going off to Spain, and about what happened, it was pretty obvious listening to Lee that there was a lot more to this story than just what the police had decided had happened. And then obviously I spoke to you, and straight away it was and then I sent you, I think I sent you the link for Lee's WhatsApp, and you started speaking to him, and then Alana, and it's just gone from there basically, hasn't it? And it has been it seems like we've been on this for 3 months, but it has literally been about 7 or 8 days, I think.
Screenshot the GoFundMe and put as a green screen maybe. I'll just try that now actually. I believe I have it somewhere. Oh gosh, the amount of pictures I have. I'm not going to try that right now because I have things in there that if it pops up in this screen, yeah, we'll just not try and pop anything up on my screen just now. We listen, guys. We really will send it to Lisa, so it's first. We will get the GoFundMe up there. Really appreciate it. We'll sort that out very shortly. Right, exceeded it. Right. So sorry, Jay. Where were we at there?
So yeah, basically it was, I'd got reached out from Alana, quickly got in contact with Lee, spoke to him, and after just a few minutes, I realised it was there was a lot more to this than what the police were sort of saying. Obviously, me and you spoke about it, and it was let's get our teeth in. It must have been a good 7 or 8 days ago because Kay was still in the UK. She didn't come back until Thursday. I think it was about a week ago tonight when we originally got on it. It was, I think it was
a week ago tonight that we started working on the details. But we had communications with Alana and Lee before then.
And I tell you how much writing I've done is I use an Apple Pen, and I've had to charge it twice. I've only ever had to charge it once in about 11 months. You've gone through God knows how many notepads and different colour pens for this whole thing.
Honestly, like there's literally pages and pages and pages and pages of stuff here. But listen, it's all for a good cause. And firstly, we would really like to say a wee bit about Nathan as a person. And from all accounts, he was an absolute gentleman. And this is where, again, I'll pass over to Jay. And he can tell us a wee bit about Nathan.
Nathan was a 30-year-old man a handsome young man, a fit young man, went to the gym often, and a popular young man. And from what people say about him at work, he was a character. He was always laughing, always joking, happy in life. He had 4 children, and he'd been with his partner, the mother of his children, since they were about 15-year-old. Although they were going through some troubles at the time, but all relationships do at some point. But Nathan, in general, was a happy guy. He had a good job. He did engineering, and he also did welding. So he earned good money. He wore nice clothes, and he lived a good life. He'd never shown any signs of. He's never been involved in crime. He hasn't got a police record or anything like that. He had no addictions. He never had any issues with alcohol or drugs. Nothing like that. He was a nice guy. He was just an average, down to earth guy. Didn't mix with the wrong crowd. And he was a popular guy. And he was the sort of guy who he enjoyed life and he embraced life, and he lived for his children. He lived for his 4 children.
Yeah.
He really did live for his 4 children. And when you look at the photographs of him, he's always smiling. He's always happy, and there's a lot of photographs of him with his children. So he absolutely adored his children and would do anything for them.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think I would just like to kind of add there, from getting to know Nathan's brother and sister over the past week, they're very much the same. This is a very loving, caring family who, they're very family orientated, and they're just normal, loving, caring people. So to begin, because that's always people's questions. So were they into this? Were they into that? We would like to make it perfectly clear that there was no issues at all with this family. No, they weren't living any kind of lifestyles. They were very, very normal, family orientated people with good hearts who are very, very caring. And that goes across the board from Nathan through to his parents and his brother and sister.
And there's never actually been any there's never been any record of sort of any mental illness or anything like that. Nathan had never been in any situations where he'd sort of lost it a little bit, or nothing like that. He had everything sort of functioning well. He was a healthy guy, and just he lived a good life. And like you say, his brother Lee, we spoke to his brother Lee, and he said they were both very similar. We spoke to Lee. He's a nice guy, Lee. He's softly spoken. Trusts everybody. He's a friendly guy. So you get an idea of what Nathan was like by spending. We've had 3-way conversations with Lee on WhatsApp and things, and we've spoken to him extensively. And again, he is just a nice-natured guy as well. So the brothers were very, very similar.
Yeah, and we can't emphasize that enough. And this family are absolutely devastated. And I really want to, make that point. It's been so hard for them. From this happened back in September up until this point, and then they were grieving, and we want to make very, very clear that there wasn't an investigation into what happened to Nathan. The Spanish authorities put this down to a non-suspicious death, and there wasn't an investigation carried out. So that's kind of where me and Jay have come in, and we started looking at the few facts that they had in the beginning, and kind of tried to build a picture from there.
Lisa, can you just tell us just briefly of sort of when Nathan sort of arrived in Spain, and a brief description of sort of his day and ultimately sort of what happened to him?
Yeah. Well, Nathan arrived in Benidorm on the 27th of September of 2024. He arrived early in the morning at around 10 a.m. and he travelled and dropped his belongings off to his hotel. Now, it's important to state that Nathan and his friends were staying in separate hotels, as his other friends had originally booked this holiday, and Nathan at a later date had decided to join them. So he was staying somewhere different, and he went to that hotel, which was the Cloppy Mirador. I hope I'm saying that right, and dropped his belongings off there, checked in, and headed off to meet then his friends. Nathan took with him a change of clothes and things for going out that evening, as his hotel was slightly further out of town than his friends was. So when he left, dropped his belongings to his hotel, checked in, he went then to meet his friends at their hotel, and he took with him then a change of clothes for that evening. They spent time together, playing games and drinking games and round the pool, and they all left together that evening from the friends' apartments. Those apartments were the Palm Court apartments, and all 5 friends left together from those apartments that night. They visited a number of bars, and they were all in good spirits. They had a really good night, and at some point during the night, 3 of the friends decided that they'd had enough and they were going to head back to Palm Court apartments. So that left Nathan and what we will call Male 1 still out in Benidorm. So Nathan and Male 1 stay out, and at some point, after the other guys had left, Nathan reaches a point where he is exhausted and he says, "Listen, I'm going to call it a night, mate. I'm going to head on." And Nathan leaves on his own to head back to his apartment. Nathan's movements are captured on CCTV just outside McDonald's on the beachfront at 4:09 a.m. And he does walk along the beachfront, and in that CCTV, which I have shared on my wall, Nathan looks absolutely carefree. He doesn't look like he's in any kind of urgency. He looks like a typical holiday maker who is making his way home after a night out, and he's not slumped over. He certainly doesn't look like he's heavily under the influence of alcohol. Now we do know that he was having a drink, absolutely. But when you see that CCTV, this is a happy 30-year-old man walking down the street with no cause for concern. He's not looking around him. He's not looking over his shoulder. He's not hurrying. He looks very, very much relaxed and without concern in any shape or form. Now, after this, after Nathan leaves the sight of the camera, his movements are completely unknown. What we do know is that during the time that Nathan was on this kind of journey, he was on FaceTime with Male 1. The FaceTime, what can we say about this FaceTime, Jay? We can't exactly pinpoint.
The timeline that we were originally told, that the last FaceTime we were told by Male 1 was at just shortly after 4, a few minutes after 4, wasn't it? And apparently the last contact anybody had with Nathan was 9 minutes past 4. That's the original timeline we were given. Yeah.
Nathan's movements completely go. But during this FaceTime call, he does mention, listen, mate, there's a crowd up ahead of me. I'm fine. So we do know there was people about. I have viewed that CCTV myself, and not just the minutes where Nathan passes the screen. I have extensively watched the CCTV, and there was plenty of movement. Now, it was after 4 a.m. It certainly wasn't crowded with thousands of people, but there were people around. Nathan was not alone. Yes, certainly he was walking alone, but there were people in the vicinity of those cameras. There were people about this. He said on this FaceTime call to his friend, listen, mate, I'm fine. There's a crowd up ahead of me. So we know there was people around. And what we're trying to do is trigger a memory in some of those people. And hopefully they will be able to, give us information regarding Nathan's movements after he disappears from that CCTV.
Can I just ask you, Lisa?
Yeah.
The CCTV that saw Nathan, the last CCTV that saw Nathan, what was he doing? Was he just walking, or was he actually on his phone then? What was he?
Well, that is actually very interesting, Jay, and I want to draw attention to the fact that this CCTV footage was not obtained by the police. This CCTV footage was obtained by Nathan's brother, who has been carrying this investigation on his own. You know, he sought this CCTV, so that's the first point that I would like to make. It wasn't sought after by the police. Yeah. And in this CCTV, I can only give my personal opinion. And what it looks like to me is that Nathan's kind of walking along on his phone. And as I said before, very carefree. He doesn't look like he's in any state of urgency whatsoever. He certainly doesn't look like he's, sad. He just looks like a normal, happy guy walking home from a night out.
And what kind of condition is he in? Because as we know, he flew the morning before. Obviously, he's got an early flight. He's been out all day drinking. Is he literally falling all over the place? Is he sort of 2 steps forward, 1 step back? Is he pretty drunk?
I mean, obviously we do only have a very, very short snippet of the CCTV, but in that CCTV, Nathan seems absolutely compliant. He doesn't look like he's staggering. He doesn't look like he's swaying. He seems to be having a normal, casual walk. And if you showed me that CCTV in context, I would probably say this guy doesn't look like he's had a drink at all. And obviously we know Nathan. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is he didn't appear to be drunk in any way, shape, or form.
So he looked like he had pretty much some of his wits about him, if you know what I mean. He sort of So he had his faculties about him. He wasn't sort of falling all over the place, didn't really know where he was, stumbling all over the place, looking a bit lost. He looked like he had everything together and he knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now from that point, and again, this is just shortly after 4:09 in the morning. As we know, Nathan disappears and his movements are completely unknown. What we do know is that Nathan was later recovered between 9 and 10 a.m. from a spot which is very, very remote and up a mountain, almost 50 minutes away. That in itself raises a whole flurry of questions. How did Nathan get there? Did he go himself? Did someone take him? So there is that distance, and my point is, it's a quite a huge distance, and someone somewhere along that way seen something.
Can I just ask you though, is when you say it's about 50 minutes away, that would be on foot, yeah?
That would be on foot, yes. It would obviously be a lot shorter in a car or a taxi.
And I've seen that location. We've looked at it extensively. And can you just clarify for the people watching? Is that the sort of place that somebody who's never been to Spain before would know was there?
No. As you know, I have been to Benidorm, yes. But I haven't had no clue where this spot was or anything. And as soon as I seen it, my reaction to you was, Jay, that looks like somewhere that really local people would know about. And you said that's exactly it. The only person that would kind of know about that path would be locals. As I say, it is quite a bit outside Benidorm Centre. So for tourists to know about it, I think is highly unlikely.
So just going back a little bit, Lisa, yeah. So when Nathan was seen on the CCTV, like you say, it looked like he had his phone in front of him. It looked like he was walking pretty coherently, you know, not looking like a guy who's been, you know.
Yeah. And can I just say that CCTV is available on my wall? Yeah. It is there. And also it includes a photograph of the clothes that Nathan was wearing that evening. So hi Courtney, sending you lots of love and thank you for your lovely comments as well. So yes, there is that CCTV and there is the actual clothes that Nathan was wearing. So I think that's really important if you could share that video. And because as I say, there was people around here. There's people seen in the CCTV. Nathan spoke of people just ahead of him on the phone to his friend. So we know there was people in the vicinity of this area where Nathan was last seen. So it's all about triggering people's minds and saying, and I don't mean that as they're withholding this information in a harmful way. I want to make that clear. These people who potentially have seen Nathan probably have no clue that this appeal has been made. So that's why it's very, very important for the area to be known and for what Nathan was wearing to be known, so that anyone, you know, that comes across this appeal, sees that, they'll maybe go, oh, here, that was that wee guy we seen. That was that wee guy we were talking to in the bar. And no matter how small you feel your piece of information is, it could be the tiniest piece that kind of makes everything make sense in the bigger picture. So please don't hesitate to contact us or Nathan's family if you feel that you did see him or you have something that might add to this investigation.
Can I just ask as well, Lisa, so when he was seen on that CCTV just after 4 o'clock, obviously he left the bar earlier. I mean, we know what time he left the bar. He'd been walking now for some 30, 40 minutes. I mean, how far away was his hotel from the bar? And how far away was he from his hotel? Was he still on his way to his hotel?
Okay, well, the approximate distances are... Sorry, what were you asking for first? From
when Nathan left the last place he was drinking in with male number one. He said he was going back to his apartment, his hotel room or whatever. How far away from the bar is that?
Okay, well, from the bar that Nathan last left to his apartments would have been a 26-minute walk or 9-minute drive.
So when he was seen on CCTV at 4:09, was he still on his way to his hotel? Was he still going in the direction of his hotel?
Well, this is where it becomes very, very interesting, because there's no evidence to say that Nathan ever went in the direction of his hotel. In fact, Nathan is going in the complete opposite direction from his hotel.
Can I just say, guys, I'm actually asking these questions so Lisa can... I actually do know the answer to these questions. It's just confusing a few people. They're saying, no, Jay, it was 25 minutes the other way. We're actually trying to do this in such a way, guy, that we deliver it in.
Yeah.
So Lisa, I do like your diligence.
There's so much information to cover that we can't go into individual comments and answering questions.
And if we just go off rambling, we're going to miss bits out, aren't we? If we go off rambling, we're going to miss bits out. So we need to ask the questions that people are going to ask so we can deliver the answers. So you're saying his hotel would have been about 25 minutes from his last drinking place, but where it was seen at 9:04 was completely the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 4:09.
Yeah.
Not 4 minutes past 9. 9 minutes past 4.
9 minutes past 4. Yeah. And do we know of anybody that he may have stopped and talked to on the way? You know, which would have meant why he was going in a different way? Had he spoken to anyone and got himself just a little bit, disorientated or anything like that?
Well, this is completely unknown. I think what the Spanish authorities kind of put forward to the family was that Nathan simply got lost looking for his hotel. However, I'm finding that, with a wee bit of background and seeing Nathan walking myself, and he clearly had his phone. And we all know, I'm not very tech savvy. You've seen me on here. I can barely find what we're supposed to be doing. But if I'm ever in question about where I am, I'm straight on to Google Maps. Google Maps is my best friend. So to think that this young, fit, very complacent young man would get lost and not think to look at, and Google Maps would have told him straight away he was going in the wrong direction. So personally, I don't really feel that he simply got lost on the way back to his hotel story fits.
So at this point, how far away from his hotel is he?
At this point, he is the CCTV is outside the McDonald's area.
Yeah.
So from there to his apartment was a 30-minute walk.
In the opposite direction to where
In the opposite direction, yeah.
I think that's quite key to get out, isn't it? So he basically left the last establishment he'd been drinking in. He'd said he was leaving because he was exhausted. Obviously, it'd been a long day and night. He's left to go back to his apartment or hotel room, which is about a 25-minute walk. And at 9 minutes past 4, he's seen half an hour in the complete opposite direction of his hotel, looking normal. He's not drop falling all over. He doesn't look in any distress. That in itself, Lisa, is a very, very, very odd situation, isn't it?
It is. It is. And as we say, as this story unfolds even more, things just get stranger and stranger. Because I'd like to move on then to when Nathan's body was actually found.
Yeah, please do.
And Nathan's body was found, was seen and alerted to by an off-duty police officer who was out on a jet ski. So this off-duty police officer made the alert about a body, and that was between 9 and 10 a.m. So Nathan was last seen at 4:09, and between 9 and 10 a.m, almost, what's that, like 5 hours later, his body is discovered off the end of this cliff. And I'm going to kind of skip a wee bit further down the story now. After the post-mortem and his time of death later transpired, his time of death was also noted as between 9 and 10 a.m.
Which is very key, isn't it, when you think about it? So he was literally found very, very, very shortly after his official time of death.
Yeah. So again, that's it's a questionable event. What are the chances of an off-duty police officer coming across a body right at the moment almost that body lost life? Again, probability slim, you know. Again, sorry, I kind of jumped and I did miss something there. You had said during, this, has Nathan been approached by anyone or anything like that? What we can say is that while Nathan was on FaceTime to Mail One, he was approached by a prostitute. And this lady apparently was swinging around his neck, and Nathan kind of told her to fuck off. And Mail Two, who was on the other end of a FaceTime call, allegedly also said fuck off. So that is something that I feel to mention there before we kind of skip his body being found part.
And is there anybody else who's actually corroborated this story, though? Is this just something that Mail One and Mail Two have sort of said that,
Well, this is where it kind of gets a wee bit tricky, because the timings of this call, with the call log that we've got, and the accounts of Mail One and Mail Two kind of don't really line up. So the time of this call, we know because we've seen it as physical evidence on the call log, was in and around 4 o'clock. So that was just before Nathan was seen on the CCTV camera. Now, it is said that during that call, the prostitute approached him, and very shortly after the prostitute approached him, Nathan's battery went dead and the line was cut. But what Mail 2 has said is that Mail 1 arrived back at the apartment at 3 a.m. and he was on FaceTime to Nathan, and he heard this call because it woke him up. But that doesn't make any sense. So as far as I'm concerned, it's only Mail 1 that can kind of corroborate the approach of the prostitute.
Okay. And if I just backtrack, Mail 1, he's the person who Nathan was actually having the FaceTime with.
Yes, that's correct.
And he's the one who actually said Nathan's phone battery had died.
Yes, that is correct.
At around 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I would also like to mention that we do have Nathan's call log, and we have been looking at that. And this call log was just a call log specifically to Mail One. And we can corroborate that 7-minute video call with the call logs. But it's during this 7-minute call that Mail One says that Nathan was approached by the prostitute and his battery went dead. But going by the actual evidence on the phone that we can see, feel, touch, and the actual evidence says that the phone was active after this point. So it is possible that Nathan just lost signal. However, we've been unable to get any kind of confirmation on the rest of the communications between these two guys.
Okay. Just going back forward again, Lisa, and the last time Nathan was seen on CCTV was around 9 minutes past 4, not 4 minutes past 9, 9 minutes past 4. And we know that roughly the area where Nathan was found from where he was at 9 minutes past 4 is roughly about a 45, 50-minute walk. But that would be a 45, 50-minute walk for somebody who knew where they were going.
Sorry, where are you saying it's a 45-minute walk?
Roughly from where Nathan was seen on the CCTV to the cliff where he was found.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
So, approximately 43 minutes, yeah.
So in that sense, if Nathan had made that walk, like we're led to believe, and there's no suspicious circumstances, let's say Nathan got to that cliff top at roughly about between 5 and 5:15.
Yeah.
What was he doing for them 4, possibly nearly 5 hours?
Yeah.
That is a question. Has there been any sightings of him after that? I know.
No.
Nothing.
No, there's been nothing. The last known sighting, the last confirmation that we know that Nathan was still alive, was a voice call which flipped to a video call. It lasted 54 seconds. And it started at 4:17, so that was just shortly after we see him on the CCTV, and it ends at 4:18. And as I say, it was a voice call that flipped to a video call during it.
And can I just ask you, who was that call to?
That call was to Mail One.
So Mail One, who said the last time he spoke to Josh was roughly 4 o'clock, and then spoke to Nathan. Mail One, who spoke to Nathan, said around 4 o'clock, then his battery died.
Yeah.
Had a 54-second call with Nathan at 17 minutes past 4 until 18 minutes past 4. So that doesn't tally to what he told us initially.
No, it doesn't. And at this point, I think it's very important to note that when Jay and I first started our investigation a week ago, the information that we were given was that Nathan left alone from the Red Lion bar. As the investigation progressed, I think it was after maybe 4 or 5 days, it later transpired that Nathan didn't leave from the Red Lion. Nathan actually left from insomnia. It was first stated that Mail One stayed in the bar, the Red Lion, because he was with a girl and Nathan had had enough and wanted to go on home. It later transpired that wasn't the case. He was actually in insomnia. And Mail One now states that he had went to the toilet when Nathan left. So there's very, very conflicting witness accounts coming from Mail One and 2. Mail 3 and 4, they have given accounts, but as I say, they weren't there. And a lot of this is kind of, a lot of the questions are kind of answered by Mail 1 and Mail 2.
Can I just ask as well? What's Mail One? Has anybody spoken to Mail One recently? And obviously at the time, he could have had a few drinks and all that kind of thing. So obviously now several months have gone past. What's Mail One now saying?
Well, since this all happened, there hasn't been very much information that has came from Mail One at all. Now, I know we have reached out to Mail One, and I know the family have asked him a number of questions, and the honest answer is that we're getting very little back from Mail One whatsoever.
Yeah. And can I just ask a quick question? How well does Nathan know Mail One? I mean, are they new acquaintances or are they friends? How do they know each other?
Nathan and Mail One were friends, yes. They worked together. They were very well known to each other.
Okay. Okay. And again, male one, he's the guy who said the last time he spoke to Nathan was roughly around 4 a.m. And I know we have reached out and we've asked him about this 54-second voice call on WhatsApp that then turned to a video call, because you can flip that during the call. And what he actually said about this call, has he corroborated it or? No.
Not really, no. No, there's still a lot of questions over a lot of things. And as you know, Jay, as I expressed to you by this point, I really wanted to have a much firmer timeline in place, corroborated with hard evidence that we can see, feel, touch, and that has proved impossible. And I really want to emphasize the focus is on what happened to Nathan after he disappears, but it's very hard to, you know, when you haven't got a clear picture of what happened before, and when someone goes missing, it's the hours leading up to them going missing that are the vitally important hours. And whenever I went back and tried to corroborate the things that Mail 1, 2, 3 and 4 were saying with the physical evidence that we have in front of us, there is certain things that don't line up.
So I like to put this quite blunt and straight. So what we're saying is, certain things that are supposed to have happened in the night, which we've been told by Mail 1, we know didn't happen, and he's changed his story a few times.
Yeah.
Also, things that Mail 1 are saying regarding the last time he spoke to Nathan, also know that they are incorrect as well. So Mail 1, over quite a good hour or two period when Nathan's supposed to have left him. We're not sure which pub or club it was. We're not sure whether he was in the toilet or whether he was with a girl.
Yeah. And
also because he's changed his story, but also he's saying that the last time he spoke to Nathan was around 4 o'clock. But we know for a fact that they had an almost 1 minute phone call. And was that phone call at 17 minutes past 4 initiated by Nathan or by Mail 1?
The phone call at 17 minutes past 1, I believe, was initiated by Nathan, but I will just have to double check that. I have the rest of them are all marked incoming and outgoing, and that's the only one that I haven't marked, but I do believe that was initiated by Nathan.
Okay, so if this is the case, then if Mail 1 received a call for 54 seconds from Nathan, why would he have told police and the family that at 4 o'clock Nathan's phone died and he didn't speak to him again?
Yeah. What about the 3 men that followed him? Scooter, we've been investigating this for a week, and this is the first we're hearing about any 3 men that followed him. We're not really paying attention to comments tonight, but that kind of really jumped out at me there. And would you like me to just kind of briefly go over what we do know from Nathan's final call log?
Yeah, do it. Yeah, that's probably the easiest thing. I mean, we've got the gist of that. What we're being told isn't what we found out. So if you want to just go through what we've seen from this call log, Lucy.
Okay, sorry. The 3 in the video by the tree, yes, they remain there. They didn't follow him. If you watch the CCTV, you will see that they didn't follow Nathan. They were there for quite a long time after. And when they did disperse, they went in a different direction. Yes, but I mean, you have to look in the whole context, guys. We've watched the whole CCTV. It was quite a while later they left the area, and it was in the opposite direction. So this is where we need people to be really, really careful about what they're saying. You know, don't just watch that clip. That is a very, very small, and please be kind, yes, as well. But that is a very, very small window. And if you want to be helpful, please go and watch the whole video. Look at those 3 people and see where they go after, because all this is doing is kind of slowing down where we need to go.
Yeah. So do you want to just go through Nathan's call log, you know, and times? And can I just say, I'm sure we determined that call that was made at 4:17 in the morning was an incoming call. Was that correct?
I wonder, can I log in? I wonder. I don't really want to put the picture up. I will double check that. Yeah. But this, and I want to stress, this isn't Nathan's whole call log. This is a call log to Mail 1 in particular. So we have a video call, an incoming video call. So that's incoming to Nathan. that lasts for 35 seconds at 3:55 a.m. We also have an outgoing, so Nathan makes an outgoing video call that lasts for 7 minutes at 3:56 a.m. So as soon as the incoming video call that goes on for 35 seconds, almost as soon as it ends, Nathan then calls Mail One back, and that call lasts for 7 minutes. Almost as soon as that call ends at 3:56, there is a text message, an inward line text message from Mail One that says, "Bro, you good?" ? Then we have a text message out from Nathan which says, "Join my FaceTime," and that is a link to directly join his FaceTime, and that is at 4:14. Now we've no idea if that link was actually followed, because there's nothing that says so in the call log, so we don't believe so. And then we have that final call, which I've yet to confirm if it's ingoing or outgoing. It's a voice call, so that this starts as a voice call and it flips to a video call during the call, and that lasts for 54 seconds. It starts at 4:17 and it ends at 4:18. And then the only other call log we have in this is the next morning, and that is a missed video call from Mail One at 10:04 a.m.
Which is roughly around the time when the coroner deemed Nathan's time of death to be between 9 and 10 the next morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I don't understand is if Nathan's phone the battery hadn't died and it was still active, and you've had a 54-second voice and video call, why did Mail One say the last time he spoke to him was roughly at about 4 o'clock in the morning, didn't hear from him again? You know, and we have asked this question, haven't we? And so have the family, and what, you know, what's actually happened? What's been the response from Mail One since we've asked these difficult questions?
There has been very little response. As I say, Lee's brother did reach out to kind of for Mail One to clarify a few of these details that we had been asking to be clarified. Yeah. And the family themselves have had very little contact with Mail One since this happened. And when they have reached out for answers, first of all, there was a couple of short messages sent back, and then nothing really. So, yeah.
So can I just reiterate this, Lisa? And we're not trying to throw anybody under the bus here or anything like that. We're just trying to just give the exact facts. And this is what we said, because we have toiled with this, haven't we? You know, do we go with what we know? You know, and it might look like we're pointing the finger at someone. We're certainly not doing that. And we certainly, and we need to read it. We certainly don't think that Mail One has had anything to do with, you know, with what has happened to me.
And I think that's a point that we really, really need to make clear. We ultimately don't think that Mail One had anything to do what it eventually happened to Nathan. However, it's very, very hard to focus on that with so many discrepancies in the hours beforehand.
But what we are trying to understand and work out is, you know, we've already determined that this male was a good friend of Nathan's, you know, and, you know, they've gone away for a weekend together. So, you know, they're good friends. They're the last two left in the club. So, you know, they trust each other. The friends have stayed out to have a bit more of a sort of a party on holiday. Yet this guy, for some reason, is now not talking.
Yeah.
He's had far too many discrepancies in his story, but again, now he's not talking. You know, so that does in itself pose some serious questions, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. And we have discussed this with the family, haven't we? And we have said to them that we are going to try and just deliver the facts without sensationalise it. And we're not trying to sensationalise it either. I mean, these are the hard facts that we've been told one story.
Yeah. And
then we've been told another story. This is before Nathan left the bar or the club. Then we will give another story. And then later on, when Nathan's phone is supposed to have died and he's supposed to have made his last call for the 7 minutes, that was supposed to be the last contact anybody had with him. But we know for a fact that Mail One who said that did actually send a text receive a text, receive a link for a FaceTime, and have a 54-second voice and video call. That's what we're saying, aren't we?
Yeah.
And
And it's not. It's actually not what we're saying. It's what the evidence is saying.
It's what the evidence is saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So now that we've cleared that up to people, so going back to when Nathan was found the next morning by the off-duty police officer who was on a jet ski.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you a little bit about? Because we had a discussion about this, but there's a little bit something that we can't get our head around with this as well. Can you just sort of describe? Obviously, you've got these cliffs, and they're about a 600-foot drop, I believe. Yeah. Can you just describe? Obviously, we're trying to do this as sensitively as we can, because I know some of the family are on here, so we're not going to try and divulge any gruesome details or anything like that. But we just want to try and explain how and where Nathan was found, and the police officer who is supposed to have seen Nathan, where Nathan would have been, and where that police officer would have had to have been to have seen him, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, as you say, these are very, very vast cliffs, and you can go onto Google Earth. You can go and you can look at the area, and you can see the terrain of the top of this cliff. And for this off-duty police officer to be at ground level, and this is the genuine questions I have. And again, I'm not making any accusations. I'm not. But where Nathan was found was not down at shore level. Okay, so he was raised. And these are huge, huge cliffs. So here's the top of the cliff. Here's the ground level, and say this is halfway between roughly is where Nathan's body was recovered from. If you're out on a jet ski, to be far enough away to see that ledge, it's going to be quite small. And my question is, being out on a jet ski, if you were far enough away to see this ledge, and again, I haven't been there, I haven't been on a jet ski in that water, but looking, I don't feel to be far enough away to see it, that you would notice that that's a body. And again, that's my personal opinion. And if you were close enough to see that it was a body, the angle, you couldn't see the ledge.
You'd have to be looking right up underneath it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and again, that is just my personal opinion. So I'm kind of finding this whole, what is the chances, and I often use the phrase, how many coincidences before it becomes mathematically impossible.
Yeah.
So what the Spanish are expecting this family to believe is that Nathan got lost, walked almost 50 minutes, threw items of his personal belongings away on the way, which we will go into next. But not only that, where he landed, this off-duty police officer just so happened to come across his body at the exact time, almost, that his body lost life. And in the grand scheme of things, I mean, I'm not a betting woman, but I dare say if you were to ask for the odds on that in William Hill, you'd be talking big money,
Can I just ask a question as well, Lisa? Because we know, was there anything significant about Nathan's body that would also, just another coincidence?
Yes, yeah. There was very interesting information regarding Nathan's both injuries and in the manner in which his body was found. Yeah. First of all, I want to say that Nathan's body was very extensively sunburned. Now, what the authorities have said, that is that to the extent that the sunburn had penetrated Nathan, that he would have had to have been lying there from sunrise, and sunrise then would have been around 7 a.m. Now, Nathan's body wasn't airlifted. I'm tripping over my words now. Sorry, I'm very tired. Nathan's body wasn't airlifted until around 12. Yeah. His body was found between 9 and 10, but his body wasn't actually airlifted away until 12. So if his body had been there from 7 a.m. until it was airlifted at 12, it is highly likely that his body would have received extensive sunburn. However, and again, I'm tripping over my words because I'm trying to be very careful and I'm trying to be sensitive with getting the facts out there, but also being sensitive to the fact that his family are listening. But But the truth of the matter is, if what they're saying is true, so Nathan was lying on that ledge from 7 a.m., but his body didn't lose life until between 9 and 10 a.m. And I just don't know. What are the chances?
I mean,
so we're expecting
it's another coincidence, isn't it? It's another coincidence to add to another already extensive list of coincidences
on the chain of a very, very long list of coincidences. And I would just like to say, regarding Nathan's body, Nathan was carrying a small man bag with him, and in that man bag he had his wallet, his phone, his room key, some chewing gum, and an asthma inhaler. When Nathan's body was recovered, his body and his bag was not recovered with his wallet. His wallet was gone. There is no wallet. So his wallet is missing, and it remains missing to today. But the very, very interesting thing is that Nathan's bank card, which was in the wallet, was attempted to be used twice after his body was found.
And that was roughly in the afternoon, was it? Later that day, sort of?
Yes, and it was in the Benidorm area.
Okay. So what you're saying there, can I just get this right? What you're saying there, Lisa, is when Nathan's body was found, his wallet was missing with his bank card. And then several hours later in the same area, somebody attempted to use his card.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is that another coincidence?
Sorry, I've just got my wee jigsaw piece here to do.
Yeah.
Keep us running.
Yeah.
That's us.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jay, what did you say there? I got distracted by the jigsaw.
So that's not a coincidence, that one. That's a sheer fact that, his wallet went missing. And only several hours after he was found and airlifted away, somebody in the area, and did he try to use his card once or twice or
It was attempted twice. The first transaction was for £46, and when that was declined, a short time later it was then tried again for £16 odds. And for my kind of basic knowledge, what I can imagine is that whoever had Nathan's bank card tried the first transaction, and when that failed, they tried for a smaller amount to see, basically what they could squeeze out of him. And that's the way these targeted criminals work. They do not give a shit about you. All they're after is their money.
Can I ask though, Lisa, did the police actually follow up on this bank card? Did they investigate where the bank card was used, or was it?
No, they didn't. All the Spanish authorities could say was that it was used in the Benidorm area. And don't quote me on the figure, but I think there was 57 or something places that it could have been. And I'm assuming it was just too much work for them, which I find diabolical in itself, because regardless of the suspicious circumstances surrounding Nathan's death, this is a crime in itself. To take someone else's bank card and use it fraudulently is a crime. So regardless of what they put Nathan's death down to, they also failed to look into another crime that was being reported by the victims of a very serious crime.
So can I ask, Lisa, why were they not successful? When they tried to use his card, why were they not successful?
Okay, that's a very interesting point, because Nathan did have money in his bank. And unfortunately, had they been successful, they probably could have rinsed him of quite a lot of money. The reason that the payment wasn't successful is that Nathan's sister, obviously, as soon as Nathan, they found out that something wasn't right and Nathan had disappeared. Nathan's sister had very smartly went on and blocked Nathan's bank cards. So the transactions were only declined because Alana had taken those proactive steps to have those cards froze.
Yeah. So fortunately, the sister had the brains. And when you think what she's just found out only a few hours earlier, that her brother has tragically been found unalive, in tragic circumstances, and then found out that the wallet was missing, she took it on herself cleverly as well,
absolutely.
All that stress and everything to cancel that card.
Yeah.
Somebody tried to use it twice in that Benidorm area, that's a significant piece of evidence, isn't it? And again, that's a significant piece of evidence on its own to warrant an investigation, surely.
Yeah, well, I think so. And even if, as I say, not into what happened to Nathan, it in itself is a separate crime.
Can I just ask you then, Lisa? And again, we've got to try and be sensitive to the family, and hopefully we don't expect Nathan's children to be watching this. What did the police determine had actually happened to Nathan? What was the cause? What did they say had actually happened?
Well, basically, what the Spanish authorities said, that there was no suspicious circumstances, and that Nathan had went up there and ended up how he did of his own free will. They basically are saying that Nathan took his own life.
So what they're saying is Nathan travelled from a part of Spain where nowhere near his hotel. He went to a part of Spain, and is that area quite easily accessible? I mean, can you just walk in a straight line to it, or would you need to know where you were going? You know,
Personally, I mean, Jay, you would probably be better qualified to comment on this than I am, but I will give my view from viewing the area on Google Maps. It's not somewhere you can go to by accident. It's not somewhere you could be just dandering along and end up there. It's windy roads. It's very, very deserted. It's uphill. So, you know, that's my view. And again, you're familiar with the area, so what would your take be on that?
Well, I've had a look at it. I mean, I have similar areas. I mean, I'm about 45 minutes to 50 minutes maximum from Benidorm. We have very similar areas in Spain. There's a lot of arid land with a lot of cactus, big rocks sticking out the ground. And at night time, you wouldn't even attempt to walk across it. You would struggle walking across it. Even just a 20 meter part to walk across it would feel like half a mile. You know, so it's not the sort of place you would go to. But I have had a look at that area where Nathan's supposed to have travelled on his own, and you just wouldn't find it. You would walk up and down streets. He would physically have to walk up a particular street. There's only a right turn. You'd have to turn right and left and right and go through cuts and alleyways and actually guide yourself to this particular place. And we've had a look at the photograph at that place. There's a little gate and a little public walkway where you can walk out to the cliff's edge. And only somebody with very, very, very extensive local knowledge. I mean, there's probably people who live in that area don't even know that walkway is there.
Can I just, while we're on this subject, can I just address, there is actually a very, very public outlook area that is slightly further down the coastline. So if you are familiar with the area, it's not the public outlook area. It's slightly further up the cliff coast than that, and then it is on the street C, Hawaii, I believe it is.
Kaye, Hawaii, yeah. Kaye basically is street, so Hawaii Street it is, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
But the properties up there, I mean, they're €500,000 properties. I mean, some of them properties are 6 and 7 bedroom, and you know, these aren't the sort of places where, you know, the only reason why you would drive up and down there is if you lived there.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So can I also just on that point say that this road that these big villas are on, it is the only access to this point. So it's the only road that Nathan and himself or whoever brought him there could have travelled to get to this point.
Can I ask you then, Lisa, if, like you just said there, that's the only access to get to this point. Were any of them CCTVs checked in them houses? Did the police go and speak to anybody in them houses? Were they spoken to look at CCTV to see if there was any sign of Nathan? Because he would have had to walk along that street, wouldn't he? And that street has got street lights until you get to the end and the waste ground, and then you would lose the light.
Yeah. I can't say definitely no, but we as far as I and the family are concerned, no, that CCTV wasn't checked. And when the family kind of approached some of those villas and asked the people in it if they could provide the CCTV, as you know, Spanish are very, very private. The privacy laws over there are much more strict than they are here, and those people just refuse to hand it over without the authority of the police.
Can I just ask you, Lisa, as well, that area where Nathan was found, is there anything else specific about that particular area known to people?
Yeah. Well, there have been quite a number of reports that this is a well-known spot where people are taken, vulnerable people especially, are taken to be robbed. Now, there's various reports that, you know, people that are pretending to be taxi drivers, for example, and just people that are downright out looking no good. And these vulnerable people are picked up and taken to this spot and quite often robbed at knife point.
So it is a possibility. This is one possibility that Nathan on that walk could have been picked up by somebody who What would be significant about Nathan? I mean, this is something else we need to discuss. What would be significant about Nathan that would make somebody maybe think, oh, he'd be worth robbing?
Okay. Well, that's actually very interesting. Nathan, as we can see in the picture that is on my wall, Nathan was a very, very well dressed young man. And not only was he well dressed, but people would understand who understand fashion. And some of the clothes that Nathan had on were quite pricey. A pair of shoes, for example, that Nathan was wearing that evening, retailed between £900 and £1,000, I believe. So there was kind of visual things to indicate that this was a kind of well-kept man that they may get a few pound out of his pocket. And not only that, the items that he had on him kind of clearly said that he did have, a wee bit. He certainly wasn't struggling for money. And the shoes in particular, which again is a very, very interesting fact. Nathan's body was recovered with only one shoe on, and a very, very serious ankle injury at that. So the second shoe was never recovered, and we have no information as to whether the police actively looked for that shoe, but it has never showed up.
Okay, I mean, that's a good point to raise, isn't it? I mean, so that area, what you're saying is where Nathan was found, is renowned. That sort of area is renowned for where muggers will take people against their will and rob them.
Yeah. And can I kind of speculate for a wee second here? And I'll stress this is speculation. But from that kind of information, I kind of formed a picture in my head. We know that Nathan did not make his way up there alone. He didn't get lost. He didn't keep walking. So in my personal opinion, someone brought him there. If this was a case like similar stories, and Nathan was brought there by some sort of organised criminal who brought him up there to rob him, they got his wallet, they kind of had a look at these shoes, and maybe potentially this person knew that they were expensive shoes. Did they try and get, because I have heard stories as well of people being robbed and the shoes being taken off their feet. So has Nathan potentially been brought there in a vehicle for the purpose of being robbed? Did they potentially rob Nathan? They took his wallet, they tried to get his shoes, and potentially is that why Nathan has ran in the direction of the cliff, through that little gate and into that very dangerous area that we see?
And again, that's another theory, isn't it? But again, that's a theory that the police didn't even consider.
Yeah. Someone has just commented, I couldn't see him being vulnerable or gullible enough. No, me either. And I'm not by any means saying that Nathan was vulnerable or gullible. But the fact is, there is evil people out there who pose as taxi drivers. And if Nathan flagged down a taxi thinking that it genuinely was a taxi, he'd have no reason to doubt getting into it. So I just want to, I'm not really paying attention to comments, but that kind of grabbed my eye, and I'm in no means saying that Nathan was gullible or vulnerable.
Can I just answer the question that keeps popping up? People keep saying, if somebody would take his wallet, why wouldn't they take his phone? Being in the mobile phone industry, it's very, very difficult. If you take a phone, usually the iCloud lock, Gmail lock, and they're very difficult. And also, if you don't know the PIN code or you can't turn that phone off, that GPS is working. So they're very, very traceable. These kind of people who are robbing you, they're not really. These people aren't really interested in your phones at the level of robbing that they're doing. Because they know that phone can get them into some serious trouble. It can locate them very, very simply. So that's the reason why a lot of people wouldn't steal a phone.
I don't know about you, but I personally watch a lot of true crime myself. And if you go into any kind of podcasts or interviews or anything like that with people who used to be like that back in the day, they'll openly tell you phones aren't for an experienced criminal. Phones are not what they're after, because phones are traceable. Regardless if they've got your PIN or they can reset it, they are a traceable item. And established thieves have no interest in phones.
And again, bank cards aren't a problem, because we have the chip, we have the contactless now. So as long as you're spending under €50 or £50, you can tap away all day. €49, you can spend it as many times. But fortunately, like we said, Nathan's sister Alana did have the good sense, even through all that stress and turmoil she was feeling, to cancel his card.
Yeah. Yeah.
So far we've got Nathan at 4 on a CCTV camera, and he's walking along, pretty safe. He doesn't look distressed.
Alana's just saying he wouldn't have gave anything up easily, and I truly believe that. You know, he was a young, fit, healthy man, and I think there was maybe a certain point where he realised, and he would have fought back. You know, and was it at that point when they reached up there? Who knows? But I fully believe Nathan wouldn't have taken it lying down. He would have tried to defend himself, and that's something. Sorry, can I just kind of add in the coroner's report? And bear in mind, this was all done very, very quickly within Nathan's body being recovered. The coroner's report noted that there was kind of no defence marks as such.
No signs of trouble.
And without going into too much detail and being aware that Nathan's family is here, the extent of Nathan's injuries, I would like someone to explain to me how they could say distinctify the difference between, say, a gash that was caused by the fall and a gash that was potentially caused 10 minutes before. And when you have, and again, I really do apologise, but when you have that level of drop and that level of momentum and that level of, how, and again, this is a question, I can't understand with that level of impact how you would be able to distinctify something that could maybe potentially have happened minutes before, seconds before. Yeah. So maybe there was nothing obvious, but I just find it very hard for them without an investigation to kind of say, no suspicious circumstances.
I mean, it's seriously looking like this whole situation was just wrapped up in a tight little bundle for the police within just several hours and a couple of days, and it was deemed to be a young man unaliving himself, and there was no consideration to the chance he could have been taken there against his will, or he's been mugged in that area, or he's got lost. None of that was even investigated. It was quickly and instantly, basically, decided by the police and the coroner that Nathan had done this to himself. And I mean, we've only been on here an hour and 15 minutes, and already we've come up with 3, 4, 5 different scenarios that, they could all be wrong, but there is evidence to support all of them.
Yeah.
The police haven't looked at this, have
No.
they? Can I just ask you, Lisa, what have the police said back in Wales to the family? What do they think happened?
Okay. Well, the family have been liaising with the South Wales Police from obviously the very beginning. And when Nathan's family kind of brought things to their attention, they were in perfect agreement that there was suspicious circumstances. I would also just like to note that after Nathan's death, his family was contacted by the coroner, the UK coroner, and the UK coroner's request was that the family kind of chase up with the Spanish authorities regarding Nathan's autopsy report. That shouldn't have had to have been chased up by the family of a victim. So first of all, there was a wee bit of reluctance to hand that over. And then it was handed over. So the South Wales Police are in the belief that there is something very, at least suspicious regarding Nathan's death. Yeah. But they are very much restricted as to what they can do. As you know, Jay, it's in the Spanish jurisdiction. Yeah. So there's no reason for the Welsh police to kind of interfere as such in their investigation, and they wouldn't be allowed to. But what they can do, and which they are doing, I believe, is supporting the family. And I know the family have been liaising with them. I think what our goal is to maybe trigger some people that have more information about Nathan's movements that night. And should that be before that confirmed CCTV at 4:09 or after? Obviously, we're most focused on the after. But as we say, there is a lot of questionable events before Nathan went missing. And if we could have those kind of loose ends tied up, it would be a great advantage to the investigation as a whole as well. So if anyone does have any information, please don't hesitate to contact us, because it may be that we missing piece that we need to make all this make sense.
So going back then, Lisa, what you just said there, there's little grey areas before all of this happened. So on the night out that Nathan had, he was with his 4 friends, male 1, 2, 3, and 4. Obviously, they've had a good night out. There's not been any reports of any trouble between these guys. But you know, were they hanging around with other people? Were they just brushing shoulders with people as you? Or did they spend any particular time with any other bunches of people, males or females, or anything like that? You know,
that is actually very interesting, because there is one group of people in particular that I would be interested in chatting to if they would oblige. During the night that it was said that there was a hen party that the boys had been interacting with. Now, I'll stress this was earlier on in the night, and it has no way, shape or form anything to do with those moments in which Nathan goes missing. So I do want to stress that. But the group of lads had been in contact with a group of girls who were on a hen party. So really, what we would like to do is potentially speak to some of those girls who were part of that hen party. Now, the information that we do have is that they were British, and so it was a British hen party in September of 2024. Male 2 believes it was a Geordie accent, so he believes that they may have been from the Newcastle area. So again, we're not ruling out other areas, but male 2 does believe that this hen party were from the Newcastle area of England. He believes they were speaking in a Geordie accent, and they had been having interactions with the group of boys. And as I say, I want to reiterate, this was way earlier on in the evening. There's no reason at all to suspect any of these people of any wrongdoing. But I just think to kind of get a wee gauge for the night, and to kind of get a wee bit more insight into movements before, it would be fantastic to speak to any of them.
And is there any evidence, Lisa, to support this theory that Nathan and the guys were hanging around with some girls who were on a hen party? Is there any evidence of that? Any, you know?
There is a couple of pictures, and I also have a video. In the video, Nathan is also very, very relaxed. He has his lovely big cheesy smile, and his whole demeanour in that video, Jay, you've seen it yourself. Yeah. This isn't a guy who was worried. This isn't a guy who was looking over his shoulder. And I know this was earlier on in the evening, but it just paints this picture. Nathan was having a great time. These lads were having a great time. You know, they were very, very relaxed. They were enjoying themselves. And in this video, you can clearly see Nathan. It's a video taken by himself. And there is three females that come and interact with Nathan during this video. We believe these females are part of this hen party, and they are the friendly girls that all the lads were having a great time with. And I think the point here is that it is just to show that there was no bad feeling here. This wasn't a guy that was sitting depressed, that went off and done this to himself. This guy was very, very relaxed. He really looked like he was having a good time, and he looked in a good place. And I know you can never really tell, I know that. But you do get the feel for people, especially when you're watching videos and things like that. And, and Nathan seemed very, very happy, very content, very, very settled.
Can I just reiterate as well then, Lisa, because talking about these girls, under no circumstance do we think they've done anything wrong and anything. But it would be lovely. It would be lovely if somehow they could get wind of this video we're doing now, or hear about it. And there is possibly a chance, because young people they swap numbers. There could have been a small chance that one of these girls, or multiple of them, just in a friendly way, not in any kind of way, swap numbers and maybe spoke later in that evening. So it is quite important that if we could get in touch or find out where they could have some evidence that really,
Jay, more along the lines of what I was thinking was that this hen party of girls, were quite likely. I've been there twice for hen parties myself. You know, we stayed out late. We had the best time. We messed about with groups of stag parties, and my point is for regarding these girls, we don't know that they might not even be aware right now, sitting at home in England, that anything ever happened to Nathan. Yeah. And my point is, the Spanish authorities are saying that Nathan done this to himself. They are saying that he took his own life. And the more we can paint that picture that that is not what happened, if these girls come forward and say we were having the best laugh with him, then that further backs up the fact that the Spanish authorities are wrong and that they should have investigated this further. And this is about, you know, creating a picture and building a story, something that hopefully, eventually, the Welsh police will be able to present to the Spanish authorities and have them reopen the case.
And I mean, what we have to keep reiterating as well is Nathan wasn't even in Spain. Well, literally 24 hours when they said his time of death was. He literally landed at 10 a.m. on the 27th.
Yeah.
Sometime between 5 a.m. in the morning and 10 a.m. in the morning, Nathan is deemed to have done this to himself. So, you know, literally less than 24 hours.
For all we know, you know, my point is too, this one group of girls, and there may have been multiple people could have came across Nathan on this day out. He was a very likeable character. He was well dressed. He was good looking. And in my personal opinion, I reckon he's caught the attention of a number of females, and not for any bad purposes whatsoever. I don't mean that in a bad way.
He was a good looking young man. He was a good looking young man.
We haven't heard anything from these girls at all, and they potentially might know that anything ever happened to Nathan. So if they see this now, they could potentially come up and say, we actually seen him later on our way home. We were, and that could simply put a solid stamp on another sighting, another, you know, and I want to make that clear. Even when we have been asking Mail 1, 2, 3 and 4 to clarify things and whatever, it's not to point the finger. It's not to say this or that. But the point is, when you're appealing to people for information, if I was to just sit here and say the name of the street that McDonald's is on, we would all probably go, I don't know where that is. Because I know I would. However, when I see visually McDonald's, oh, I've been there because I've been to Benidorm. Oh, yes, I do know what we're talking about. And then you need precise information to grab people's attention, because if they don't know to go into their memory and to look and retrace their steps, they're not going to.
Can I just stop you? Mandy's just asked a question. Jay, is there anything on Facebook I can share? Yes, there is a page for Nathan. So if you go on to, can somebody just tell me what it's called again? I did join it myself recently. And there is a page, Mandy, for Nathan.
There is, and it has only been set up in the past couple of days. So it is quite new. Answers for Nathan.
Answers for Nathan. That's it.
Yeah.
You can share that, Mandy, if you're not far from Newcastle, and share it to all the Newcastle groups as well. You know, and that would be great, because, like I say, if we could get hold of these girls, just to, you know, and like I say, it could just trigger a small memory that they have. They could have a piece of information that could be absolutely right.
And I want to reiterate, when I reached out to Mail 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the same with you, Jay, that's what we were looking. We were looking for clarification, things that we can go into factual evidence, CCTV. We can look this up, what you need, you know, and in any case, I'm going to step away from Nathan's case here for a wee second. In any case, when you take a witness statement, there's only so much weight that witness statement holds if it's not presented with tangible evidence as well. And the thing is, we've had these witness statements from these guys, and all these kind of discrepancies could be very, very easily, you know, explained. But the point is, we're not getting that there's a number of things that haven't been explained. And not only have they not been explained, the factual evidence that we can touch, feel, hear, and see does not line up with those witness statements. And that's where this kind of falls into very, very peculiar territory, especially when you've got friends who don't be forthcoming with information, and then when they do, it contradicts what someone else has said. And then when the factual evidence that we have to go on doesn't also line up with that, it does raise a lot of questions.
Can I also ask, Lisa, when Nathan was out that night, is there any evidence of any transactions on his bank card, or was he using cash? Because I know he did have cash as well. But you know, was there anything significant on his bank card that could, you know, give us any kind of clue?
It does appear that Nathan was using his card.
Okay.
Now, we are currently, at this precise moment in time, the South Wales police have Nathan's phone. Now, I think I'm okay to say that they are almost finished with it, and it will be returned to the family soon. And we will be able to have a wee bit more insight into those bank transactions. But from the ones that we do have and we have seen from before that phone was handed to the South Wales police, Nathan had been using his card in the Red Lion. He had made a few transactions, none of them out of the ordinary.
Any large amounts? Were they large amounts?
No.
Or were they just...
No, they weren't very large amounts. They were amounts typical of going into a bar and maybe buying a round of drinks, and there was nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. And so you're saying there that it showed some evidence that he'd made some transactions in the Red Lion. What about transactions that he made in any other pubs, or maybe he's in Insomnia? Does it show any of them, or is that what we're still looking for?
Well, again, as you know, Jay, the whole Insomnia thing has kind of only come into it in the last number of days.
Yeah.
During that time, the phone has been with South Wales Police the whole time, so we've been unable to check for transactions in Insomnia. But when we do go in to look at those transactions, there's a number of things that we're potentially hoping to see.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I'm just going to jump forward again, Lisa, because we are jumping back and forward because obviously we've gone back and checked on the bank card in the Red Lion. So going forward to the next morning, after this off-duty police woman, I think it was a police woman, wasn't it?
I think so, yes.
Police woman on the jet ski has somehow managed to see, Nathan up a few hundred feet. And then obviously Nathan's body was recovered by helicopter, we're led to believe, aren't we?
Yeah.
Where were the other boys at this time? I mean, where did they think Nathan was? I mean, do you know?
Well, as far as we know, the other boys, the male 2, 3, and 4, had returned to the apartment earlier in the night, so they were asleep at the Pamcourt apartments. Male 1 says he returned to the apartment. And then when they got up the next morning, very hungover, they went for breakfast at around 10 a.m. In fact, the boys said that almost as soon as they sat down for breakfast, they decided to give Nathan a call to see if he was coming along. And that is potentially that missed call that we see at 10:04.
Okay. So obviously they've tried to ring Nathan. Like any of us, I presume they just thought he was maybe hungover in bed, or still sleeping or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So at what point then did the boys themselves be alerted that something was wrong?
I'm going to go to the statement of male 2 right now, Jay, because I think that's where we have got most information from.
Yeah, good.
And what he says is that they woke up around 10 a.m. hungover. Okay. They walked to the breach to get some fresh air and water. And they said that they always go to the same place for breakfast. I'm not going to say where that is right now, but we do know the location of where they had breakfast.
So you're just saying there they always go to the same place for breakfast. That tells me they've been to that place in Benidorm before.
Well, potentially, yes. And this is a question that I have asked and have yet to have clarified. But that statement would suggest that the boys have been in Benidorm before and know the area. Yeah. Once we got there, male 1 rang Nathan and it went straight to voicemail. And we know that this call was at 10:04 a.m. because we can see that on Nathan's phone.
Yeah.
Male 2 then says, we thought he was just passed out in his room or still just asleep. So we left it a while and had breakfast.
Okay.
He then goes on to say it was around midday that something seemed off as we hadn't heard anything from him. And I believe Nathan's sister messaged male 1 about Nathan's whereabouts.
Okay. Do we know what time that was, Lisa?
We don't at the minute. Again, we are trying to clarify times. A lot of these questions, what we thought were straightforward answers at the beginning of the week, times, and so we are still trying to kind of clarify times, and that's why we're very limited in the information that we put out on video before this live.
So can I just read it? This goes back to again that males 1, 2, 3, and 4 have been asked by ourselves, me and you, and the family over this last 7 days, some very basic questions, sort of who, where, why, how, when. Simple questions.
Very basic questions, and I think we need to really emphasise that. They've been very, very basic questions that have been put to these guys, and they're not very forthcoming with answers.
Yep.
So they go on to say that we decided to go to his hotel to check on him. We asked reception if he was in his room, so they went to check. We were not allowed to go with them to the room. They told us the room was clean and the bed had been unslept in. So at this point, and again, we are yet to confirm what time this was at. And that is all something that we're working on. And when I say we're yet to confirm a time, times have been loosely stated. But we you know, when you're kind of looking at things like this, you've got to have something to back that up. So that time is yet to be confirmed.
Can I just confirm, Lisa, as well, that males 1, 2, 3, and 4, these are the 4 friends of Nathan's as well, yeah?
Yeah.
These are the 4 people he was on holiday with.
These were the 4 people that he was on holiday with. They weren't allowed into the room. The bed was clean and slept in, and male 2 says this is when alarm bells started to ring. Okay. He then goes on to say, we thought he might have gone to someone else's room, and then in brackets, and these are quotes, when I'm reading off this page, this is all quotes from male 2. These are specifically what he has said and what he has stated to be fact. We thought he might have gone to someone else's room, and in brackets he wrote a girl's room. So we went back to the centre of Benidorm, physically looking for him and still trying his phone. He then goes on to say time went by and we couldn't just carry on knowing he was missing. So me and male 1 went to the police station. And again, this is another thing that we are yet to confirm a time for. But there was 2 males went to the police station. That was male 1 and male 2. Police were no help, as Nathan hadn't been missing at this point for 12 hours yet, and they wouldn't do anything. So we left and met back up with male 3 and male 4. Okay. After that, male 2 says that more than 12 hours had passed and there was still radio silence from Nathan. So we decided to go back and file a missing persons report. Again, we're still working on a confirmed time that missing persons report was filed. But the boys were present at the police station. We sat in the police station sitting room where an officer said, "You're here for a missing persons report?" "Yes." And male 2 replies, "Yes." He then said to continue waiting. Time had passed and another officer came to us with a brown paper envelope in which Nathan's Air Jordan man bag and smashed phone were inside. He then goes on to say, "We actually felt relieved as they obviously know where he is, and we thought he'd been locked up for fighting or something. And we thought he was going to walk round the corner, but obviously things went from bad to worse." Again, time passed and they sent 2 officers over to take us to Nathan's hotel to get his passport to identify him. We thought as in identify so they knew it was the same person they had locked up. We went to his hotel with the 2 officers and they escorted us to his hotel room where they put a special code in to open his safe in which his passport was in. We took the safe contents back to the station. They took us upstairs and questioned us for hours about the Friday. So the Friday is the day before, the day that they arrived in Benidorm, and the day that subsequently to Nathan going missing. So they then asked us if Nathan had any tattoos, and we replied yes and described them. We then asked, is Nathan okay? They replied, no, he's dead. We burst into tears and asked how. They replied, so, and you know the rest of the word, done it to themselves. I don't want to say it because it triggers a warning. And then showed us photos of his body and asked if we can confirm it's him, and we said yes. We were inconsolable. We left and called our loved ones and told them what had happened. The police told us not to contact your family. It had to come from them. The only call I took was from South Wales Police. Mail 1 was broken. And then, just because it's here in front of me, as I had previously said earlier, when Nathan arrived in Benidorm, he done a drop to his hotel, he checked in, and he headed off to the Palm Court Apartments to meet his friends, and that's where they were staying. Nathan brought with him a change of clothes to go on out that night, as the friend's hotel was much closer to the party central than what his hotel was. He was a good 30 minutes out. Now, obviously Nathan never made it back to any hotel room. So in the boys' hotel apartment was the daytime clothes that Nathan had been wearing when he arrived and when they'd went down to the beach and stuff. So at this point, Lee, who is Nathan's brother, and bear in mind, these messages are within the last week or so. This isn't going back to then, I don't believe. From what I believe, these messages have been in the last week or so. So Lee, who is Nathan's brother, asks, did anyone fetch Nathan's clothes home that was in your place being the Palm Court Apartments? And I'm going to quote Mail 2's reply. I didn't. They must have been left in the hotel. I don't think any of us knew what to do. He then goes on. I said to the receptionist to leave them behind the desk in case your parents went to get them. I told them Nathan's name and to leave them behind the desk for your parents. Now, you know, the observation that I made on this, me as a person, if I'm being approached by my friend who is now deceased, and I'm being approached by their brother and asked about some of the items of clothing that he was last wearing, my answer isn't going to be, I didn't. They must have been left at the hotel, and then straight away be, oh, but I left them at reception. You know, when my deceased friend's brother asked me, did anyone fetch Nathan's clothes home that was in your place? I would have said, oh, yes, mate, I left them behind reception for your parents. And to me, that's how that question would have been answered.
So again, this is all going back, and again, myself and yourself, we're not trying to say that these 4 boys had anything to do with what happened to them.
Because I don't believe they did, you know.
But there's a lot of things that they're not being open and honest about, and we have determined that over the last probably 4. Yeah. In fact, to be honest, Lisa, and you can agree with me or not, within an hour of us getting this information from Lee, and we started picking through it, within an hour, I messaged you and I said, "Yeah, there's something not right about some of the information we're getting from some of the." And as I said it, you went, "That is exactly what I'm getting." And we haven't just gone with one train of mind, by the way. We haven't just picked up on this. That's what we're going to do. We have looked at every single scenario, but every single scenario we've gone through always comes back to these 4 boys, 2 of them mainly, male 1 and male 2, changing stories, flip-flopping, answering questions in a very strange way, missing bits out, lying about little bits. So what we have to ask is, why?
Yeah.
Why are we still waiting for information from these young men. Now, like I say, we're not for one second accusing them of actually having anything to do with what happened with Nathan. No way, shape or form. No, these young men.
Absolutely not. And I think, we really want to make that clear. However, that there are quite a number of issues that just aren't kind of making sense.
And I mean, I know through this, we've spoken to Lee, we've spoken to Alana, and quite a lot of this from Lee. Lee has asked us many times, he keeps saying, these are good guys, these are really nice guys, and we keep sort of saying, yes, I understand what you're saying, Lee, but we have to deliver the truth. At the end of the day, this is about Nathan. We need to find out what happened to Nathan. And if that means sometimes asking the hard questions, which we have done, and sometimes delivering some hard truths like we are doing tonight, and like I say, we are not implicating these guys, but we are saying there's a lot of things.
We have quite a lot of comments saying, trauma response and it's fear and traumatized. And listen, we totally understand that, because I can't imagine what these 4 guys have went through. No one wants to go on holiday with a friend and come home without them. And I really, I feel for these guys. I totally do. But at the end of the day, when you go into any investigation, you have to have an objective view. And when things don't add up and things don't match the evidence, it goes beyond people's feelings,
Lexi Louise has just said something that we discussed. They may be covering up for Nathan. Again, Nathan, this is another scenario. Nathan could have been going to meet a girl.
Yeah.
Nathan could have been, going to buy a bag of weed off someone to have a joint on the beach or something. Nathan may have been told about another little bar in the middle of nowhere that, he's gone to, whatever. And what we're thinking is these guys probably know that Nathan was where he was going and what he was doing, and I don't know, maybe they're just trying to protect Nathan, or maybe they're trying to protect his reputation or something like that. But again, all throughout all of this, we have asked numerous times to speak to these young men. We've asked if we can speak to them on WhatsApp, or if they can send some voice messages, just so they can give us a timeline of the whole night.
This is it. We totally understand that these guys are traumatized, and we get all that. We really do. We totally understand. But the point is, this happened back in September. And at what point do you kind of put this victim's, your friend, not only any victim, but your friend?
Only last night,
at what point do you kind of put their feelings before your own?
Only last night, Lisa, we were asking the same questions. We needed information from these guys last night. And I must stress, we haven't mentioned this. One of the guys has actually blocked Nathan's brother on WhatsApp. He doesn't want to speak. Now, I'm not saying there's anything untoward to that, but, these are supposed to be Nathan's friends. We're trying to find out what happened to Nathan. And like you say, the shock that they're feeling after the incident, yes, but we're now over 4 months away. And I can tell you what I did on a night out in York 13 years ago. I can roughly tell you the what we did that night, what pubs we went into, and I had a good drink and I was in a worse state than Nathan was. Yeah. So surely these guys, on a specific night where they've lost their friends, by now, 4 months later, they know a lot more than they are telling us.
And this is the thing. It has been the absolute simplest of questions. When we went into this investigation, we were being made to believe that Nathan left from the red line. And only but when we kind of tried to corroborate that, tried to look for evidence, tried to look for a time frame so that we knew when we were trying to look for all this stuff, only then did it transpire maybe 4 or 5 days later with trying to prize answers out of people that we got. It actually wasn't the red line, it was insomnia. And they're close in distance to each other. But that is fucking huge, especially when there's so many question marks over, what happened.
And I know throughout this we have been asked to, sort of not try and point the finger at these guys, and that's not what we're doing. But we are going to be honest. Our loyalty is to Lee, to Nathan, and to the family. That's our loyalty. And at the same time,
at the end of the day, all we can really do is speak on the facts and the information in front of us, and to do that without mentioning these discrepancies, we would be being untruthful and we would be delivering half a story. So to leave these discrepancies out, we would have had to pull the plug on this whole appeal altogether.
Yeah, and that was something we considered, wasn't it?
Yeah,
we considered this a couple of days ago. We had a conversation.
My plan by this stage at this live tonight was to have 2 very detailed videos regarding Nathan's last movements, his timeline, and so far we've been completely unable to do that because there's so many question marks over so many things.
And we haven't been able to do that though. I mean, like I say, our plan was to get a timeline starting at A, going all the way through to B, and to fill in as many gaps as we want to. And we've not been able to do that because, you know, we're not being given the answers to simple questions, you know, how, where, when, who, why. And these are not difficult questions. These are not questions that are going to implicate anybody. It's just about basic rough ideas of times. Where were you? You know, all that kind of thing. And we're not being given the answers to that. So, again, we have to reiterate, we're only reporting what we've been reading. And we've been on this for 7 days solid. I mean, you probably more than me, Lisa, you've been doing a lot of writing. You've been staying up a lot later. And we have gone through every single scenario. And, you know, we both have our own views about what could have possibly happened. And not one of them views of mine or yours suggests that them boys have done anything wrong to Nathan. And no, and I will say that over and over again.
You know, and that's the point. I don't for 1 minute believe or even think that Nathan's friends have done anything to harm him. I really, really don't. I believe there is guilty knowledge, and I do believe that guilty knowledge is probably irrelevant to what eventually happened to Nathan.
Yeah.
But in the context of an investigation, you know, I just can't help but think, you know, these are probably questions that the Spanish police have asked them. So what were their answers then? Because we're not getting very many answers now, and the answers that we are getting now are completely contradicting what Neil 2, 3 and 4 says and what the evidence says.
We must say as well, one of the friends who is refusing to speak now, his actual father's speaking on his behalf, and his father's basically saying, leave him alone, kind of thing, which in itself is quite, I mean, these young men are, two of these young men are approaching the 30s themselves, you know, they're in the late 20s. They're not just, these are not 15, 16, 17-year-old kids. These are grown men. And one of them's father is now stepping in and basically, you know, sort of pulling down the shutters, and, you know, and I understand that in a reason if they think they're trying to implicate them, but again, we've said we're not. But we
in any way, shape or form, you know, and
we need to know them fine details. We need to know them little bits that are just going to fill in them gaps.
Because I want to kind of throw a scenario out there. Say for talk's sake, all these men have wives, partners, right? And Nathan, who can I say was single, went off to meet a girl. Maybe, and again, this is purely speculation, okay? And they maybe don't want their partners to think that they were going off to meet girls the same. So they're kind of like, you know, and that's just one possibility of why they might be kind of apprehensive. And I get that, you know, I totally get that. But someone, you know, Nathan didn't look to me like he was lost.
No.
Didn't look to me like he was distressed in any way. Nathan very much looked to me like he knew where he was kind of, at least the direction he was heading.
He knew he wasn't near his hotel. He knew his hotel was over that way, and he was going this way. That you can clearly see that. You know, like I say, that's why we studied that CCTV. If he'd have been walking in such a manner where he was absolutely piss drunk, you know, then there's a good reason why, you know, one building in Spain can look like another, especially for a young man who's never been there before.
Yeah.
But, you know, he wasn't. He was relatively, you know, not sober, but he wasn't paralytic. He had his wits about him.
Yeah.
People keep asking on here, was Nathan single? No, Nathan had been with a partner since he was 15, but they were having some issues in the relationship. We do know that, don't we? You know, he had 4 children.
That's the point is, you know, regardless of what anyone was kind of nitting off to do, that doesn't matter, you know. The important thing is finding out Nathan's movements after he disappears, shortly after that CCTV, and someone somewhere knows something, you know. And if, for example, we knew that he was off to meet a girl, and we, for example, knew that that girl was staying in this hotel and it was down that end, we could then check, you know, the cameras. We could potentially see him getting into this dodgy taxi. We could, you know. And this is the thing, it's frustrating because when it's something so important, someone took Nathan out to those mountains, out to those mountains.
And again, I mean, no, these were his friends. So if Nathan was going somewhere to meet a girl, his friends would have known.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why we want to ask the question. Listen, where was Nathan going? Was he going to meet a girl? Yes, he was. Okay, well, that's what we've been wanting to know. So do you know where it was? Who she was? That would just fill in another little hole, and that would help us determine what frame of mind that Nathan was in. You know, so again, we're not getting these answers, but these answers are just simple answers to simple questions.
Yeah.
You know.
Sorry, can I actually also just say, and I don't know why it's popped into my brain right now, but when we started investigating this a week ago, the information that we were given was that that Nathan left the Red Lion at 3:20, and that was quite a specific time. And obviously, not only did he not leave from the Red Lion, he didn't leave at 3:20 either. For Nathan to reach that point where he was at 4:09, he would have had to have left Insomnia in and around 5 to 4.
Yeah. Can I just apologise? I've got a parrot over my shoulder and he's just told me to F off twice. So if you do see me smirk, it's not because I'm not taking this whole thing serious, guys. I've got a parrot. He's just asked me for a beer and then told me to F off twice.
I think we've heard your part a few times before in lives, and it's obviously just like water off a duck's back to you. And because I actually got a text, have you got a fucking bird in your house? I was like, no, it's Jay.
So that's what it is. So I do apologise, but you know, he is amusing. But yeah, going back to what you're saying and what we've been saying, we just need to fill in some gaps now. You know, this is a tragic story of a young man who the police literally just went, case shut. He's done this to himself. How they can determine from an autopsy that there was no defensive wound when, you know, Nathan's fell from a great height. You know.
And you know what? I think the comment has been made. Does it not tonight in the chat, but in general over conversation, and I think the comment has been made. Does it really matter which bar he left from? And it does, because if this is what we think it is, and it's organised criminality, they could be, for example, targeting a certain couple of bars. So if we can distinctively say Nathan left from the Red Lion or Nathan left from Insomnia, you could potentially have people contacting you going, I was in a very similar situation, and you know what? I had just left Insomnia, or I had just left. And this is the thing. This is why all these wee tiny things are important, because you don't know where it's gonna lead. Someone could come forward, and you could notice a pattern. You know, all these people. So say there's 25 people who have been mugged in that area, and they were all drinking in Insomnia before they left. Well, then you know that's where the issue is. Can we do anything about it? Who knows? But you can raise awareness.
And then also, if you know he's left from Insomnia, if we can raise enough awareness and the police can suddenly pull the finger out the backside and they start looking into this, we can say, right, well, okay, we know for a fact that he left Insomnia at X time. Yeah. So it is very, very important to know whether he left from the Red Lion, from Insomnia, or any other bar. It is also very important that we find out if he did bump into a prostitute in the street, or was it one of the muggers, one of the pickpockets, one of the numerous pickpockets, and is that where his wallet went? You know, there's so many different things that we've got to take into account. And
can I just sort of throw in there too, Jay? See, regarding this prostitute that approached him, now we have no reason to believe that didn't happen, but we also have no evidence that it did happen. And I kind of just want to discuss that a wee bit. So if what we are being told is true, and male one was on the phone to Nathan expresses that he is trying to find his way back to his hotel. He gets approached by this prostitute. Nathan tells her to fuck off. Male one shouts through the FaceTime, fuck off. And then Nathan's battery goes dead, okay? Now, we know that there was further communication after that, but say that was the last communication, as male one is claiming. When you wake up hungover at 10 a.m. and you're heading for breakfast and you phone Nathan and he doesn't answer, you're not going to yourself, oh, he's still lying in bed or he's maybe with a girl. You're remembering that he was in danger the last time you seen him or spoke to him. You remember that it was after 4 a.m. You remember that a prostitute approached him. You then remember and you shit your pants And if you haven't shit your pants up to that point, at that point when he doesn't answer the phone, you shit your fucking pants. And not because he's just not showed up, because of the situation he was in when you last heard from him. And that was that he couldn't find his hotel, he had very low battery, and he had just been approached by a prostitute. So did this really happen? And that's my huge question. Because had that approach from the prostitute happened, alarm bells would have been ringing from first thing in that morning when they knew that Nathan wasn't answering his phone. And
again, the only two people that have actually mentioned about this prostitute is male 1 and male 2.
Yep. Can I actually just say, I'm scrolling back to male 3 statement.
Yeah.
Male 3 didn't know anything about the prostitute at all. So you've got one friend who, yeah.
Yeah, Jade, you're asking were they close friends? Yes. Yeah, there was 4 guys. 4 guys were staying in one hotel. Nathan, who booked a little bit later, was staying in a different hotel, but yes, they were friends.
I do have it here somewhere. Okay. Now this is the statement of male 3. Okay. Jay, for your purpose, there's 2 males with the same name. It's the second one with the same name.
I know.
The male 3 says that he doesn't know what time male 1 got back as he was asleep. He also says that when he woke up in the morning, male 1 was in bed asleep. The question was then asked, and now when these questions are being asked, I want you to remember, these questions are being asked by Nathan's brother, not by us. These are being asked by the victim's brother, because we have had no direct contact with these lads. They have kind of almost refused to speak to us. Did male 1 say anything about him panicking, thinking, where's Nath? Having been on a FaceTime to him, and Nath got approached by a prostitute and was lost. Male 3's reply to that was, I haven't heard anything about that, mate. Male 1 did say he was on a FaceTime to him, but again, I was asleep then. Male 1 didn't seem panicked or anything in the afternoon prior to us finding anything out. So, you know, on one hand, we have one story. On the other hand, we have another story. From male 1's perspective, he was on FaceTime when this prostitute approached. And Nathan told her to fuck off. And male 1 was shouting through the phone, fuck off as well. However, when we go to male 2's statement, who male 1 and male 2 are the 2 males that went to the police station, who male 1 and male 2 are the main kind of witnesses here. Regarding that, male 2 says, sorry.
Okay.
Because I'm actually looking for his words so that I'm not kind of paraphrasing. I'm telling you exactly what he said.
Yeah.
Jay, if you want to kind of fill a blank for a minute here, because it's very, very important that I find what I'm looking for here.
Basically what happened was...
Here, sorry, find it.
That was a quick fill-in.
So we have male 1, who is the male that was on FaceTime to Nathan, who claims that Nathan was approached by this prostitute. She was all round his neck, that Nathan told her to fuck off, and that also male 1, who was on FaceTime at this time, told her to fuck off too. So we then have the statement of male 2. Now, male 2 was away on home to Palm Court Apartments, and male 2 claims that he was awakened by male 1 on this FaceTime to Nathan as he came in at 3 a.m, which we know it wasn't 3 a.m. However, that's another story. And this is his exact words. and it says, I heard Josh G come back in. Sugar. I really hope. I heard male 1 come back in around 3 a.m. I remember him on FaceTime to Nath because it woke me up. I remember him being in a crowded place on the call because of all the background noise. Then he goes on to say, I also remember that a prostitute had playfully grabbed his arm, as they do to persuade men, on the call, as I recall male 1 laughing, as it seemed in a jokingly manner. Then the call cut out. That was that night.
So we've got 2 different versions of this prostitute. One, she just touched his arm playfully and they laughed it off. And then we've got male 2 saying that they both told her to F off and she was being a pain, literally hanging around the neck.
Yeah. Yeah. And I want to say at the very, and I haven't actually had the time or the chance to go back and collaborate who it was stated from at the very beginning. Yeah. But when we went into this investigation at the very start, we were told about the prostitute. But what we were told was that she had been hanging around his neck all night. Yeah. And I have that wrote down. Everything. We thought
the girls from the head night, one of them was possibly the prostitute. Sorry, girls, if you are watching this, if one of you, we're not saying you're a prostitute, but because we were led to believe that the prostitute was hanging around him all night, which we were told initially, we thought that them girls in the pub. We actually looked at them and said, they look like just two or three normal girls.
Yeah.
Like Nathan having a good time.
You know, and again, maybe it was because because the lads aren't communicating directly with us. Some of these mistakes could have been kind of lost in translation, and we accept that. But when we're going into an investigation and we're being told from the start he left from the Red Lion, and it later transpires 4 or 5 days down the line, and only kind of due to our prodding that it was in fact insomnia that they left from, it kind of just, it has to make you wonder about everything that these guys have told us from the start. And then when you go into all their own actual words and things that have been said, they all contradict each other.
Yeah, they do. And listen, going back to that, I mean, initially, it would be quite easy for these guys to get the times mixed up, the bars mixed up, because they just found out a day or so later that their friend has been tragically.
That would be completely normal.
But now we're talking 4 months later, and we're still asking these questions, and they're still all giving different. Well, the versions they've given, they're still sticking to the stories, but they're now refusing to speak to anybody.
Yeah.
You know, and like I say, one of them has literally blocked Nathan's brother on WhatsApp. You know, so again, it all comes down to these little fine details in between certain incidents, in between leaving the bar, in between meeting the so-called prostitute, in between the CCTV footage, you know, in between Nathan coming to his demise. There's certain points of this whole day where little bits of information could send us off on the right path.
Yeah.
And because we're not getting them little bits of information, this whole thing has just got so many holes in it.
Yeah. But again, and this is it. You see, if we were kind of asking the kind of questions that made it seem we were pointing fingers at them, then I can absolutely understand them shutting down. But the thing is, we are asking simple questions, you know. Do you remember what time you got home at? Can you remember bars that you went to specifically? These are very, very basic, non-intrusive questions and that we've been asking to be clarified, and we're not getting that.
I mean, one of the questions we wanted to ask was, which was a simple one, because we were told by male 1 that the last time he spoke to Nathan was around 4 a.m., just before he was seen on CCTV. But we know that there was 2 text messages from male 1 to Nathan. We also know that there was a FaceTime link sent from Nathan to male 1. So this answers the question. Male 1 said all day Nathan had a problem with his battery, and his battery died just after 4 a.m.
Yep.
His battery died, and he knew his battery died. Why did you send him text messages, and why did you try to call him, and why were you in a 54-second call that you're still not answering questions about? These
Can I also just say, let's go with the theory that Nathan kept continuing walking, or he was taking up that mountain. Okay, so that kind of means that during this call, the background noise should have been quite quiet. No, where Neil 2 is saying that I remember him being in a crowded place on the call because of all the background noise. So again, this is, you know, what they're saying and the factual evidence, because we know Nathan was walking past, you know, into quite a quiet area. So was he going to a bar in particular? Was that bar where he was when this background noise was taking place? Because he was somewhere crowded.
Yeah.
Make it make sense.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of things that we have been coming up against all week long. Now, Jay obviously knows, and I can't go into what I'm going to get my teeth into after this. But there is something else that has came up, and if this route leads to more questions, then I'm honestly, I can't.
Yeah, and we do keep getting a couple of people in there saying, you know, stop bringing the friends into this. But the friends have brought. We asked a few days ago. We said we're not going to point any fingers to anybody.
And we're not.
But they're pointing the fingers at themselves.
Yeah.
You know, we've asked these simple questions and they're refusing to answer simple questions. Now, if this was your friend, Lisa, or if this was my friend, and someone was asking me questions 4 months down the line, if I didn't know the answers, I would at least still try and answer them or try to be as helpful as possible.
Yeah.
These guys aren't now. Yeah.
And I want to make it very, very clear that neither Jay or I think that these guys harmed Nathan in any way, shape or form. We actually don't think that these friends have anything to do with Nathan ending up the mountain and subsequently off the end of a cliff unalive. But the thing is, you know, it's very hard to create that picture and appeal for people for information when you don't know what you're asking for information about, you know. How much of a twat would we have looked if we had to come on here last week before looking at all this and we're asking everyone online, did you see Nathan leave from the Red Lion at 3:20? And then we're going to have, you'll have had someone popping up going, oh, I seen him after 4. And that's us that looks like twats then, you know. What was said during the last call, Zippy, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know anything about that last call that we can see took place for 53 seconds. But it was at that point that the shutters came down.
I'm going to respond to some of these questions here, and I'm going to respond the best way I can, right? We were asked a week ago to find out what happened to Nathan because the family don't believe for 1 second that he did this to himself. That is what we've done. We've spent a week working on it, and this is what we've come out with. Now, if you don't want the truth, then we can sit here and waffle a load of twaddle. But we're giving you the truth. Now, if people don't like the truth and people think that we're trying to point fingers at people, then that's because the evidence is showing that. So I'm not going to sit here and change my train of conversation just because certain people in there are saying, oh, please don't say this and please don't say that. That's not the kind of person I am. We were asked to look at this because of the kind of people we are, that we're concerned about the victim, the family, nobody else. In this situation, this is about Nathan and the family. Okay?
Yeah.
So it means we have to talk about the friends who aren't being very forthcoming, then that's what we're going to talk about. Because if we hide that, people are going to go away from this live.
Yeah. I mean, it's not only that. If we had to come on here and started saying, oh, he left, someone was going to pop up and say, where was his friends? And me and him looking at each other going, I actually don't know. Of course, we had to ask where they were, you know, and this is the thing. We're not asking unreasonable questions. No, we're not asking them personal questions. We're not in any way, shape or form pointing our finger. What we're doing is saying, can you provide times or something that, you know, that we can make an appeal? And they're just jump.
And let's look at it this way. If we hadn't have come on here and done this, been honest about this and spoke about what we'd found, okay, then we would have left this live tonight. We would have had a conversation. We would have went, well, that was shit. I wish I'd never bothered because we've just sat and followed the narrative that everybody wanted us to follow. And that isn't what we're about. And we've mentioned this quite a few times. We will be honest and we will ask the tough questions and we will give the tough answers.
Why did he stay in a different accommodation from his friends? Was there a reason? There was. Nathan's 4 friends had initially booked this holiday and Nathan wasn't going. he decided later on, he actually only decided 3 weeks before they were flying out, that he would join them on holiday. So he was staying somewhere different to his 4 friends who had initially booked a lot more in advance than Nathan did. And also, this information might prevent future deaths. If it is, exactly, Jill, this is the thing, you know, and that's what I said 5 minutes ago. If these boys just had to kind of give us these very basic answers, we could have came on here and said, you know, this is where he left from. You could have had another 50 people contacting you going, I was robbed too in Benidorm, and funny, that was the bar I left from. And I really need to make it clear. I truly believe this was organised crime, you know. That spot where Nathan was taken to, that was someone that kind of knew the area. And it would make a lot of sense that from reports that we've heard similar, that he was picked up by basically a kind of fake taxi driver. But the point is proving that. We need someone to have seen that. We need someone to have, you know, there's loads of things. And that's what I truly believe. You know, and I'm going to throw it out into the wind. If I genuinely thought that these friends had something to do with it, they wouldn't have had a clue about that spot up in the mountain. So it, you know, I need to make it clear, Jay and I do not think these boys are guilty of harming Nathan in any way, shape or form.
It comes back to what we're saying. Let's say, for instance, this is a scenario. I'm just going to throw it out there. This is just a made-up scenario. Nathan's in the Insomnia pub and he's chatting to a girl, okay? And he says to his friend, male 1, male 2, whoever, I'm gonna go off with this girl. So he goes off with the girl. Then he leaves the girl and he's walking away, and then all of a sudden he gets a phone call from the girl. She says, "Can you meet me at so-and-so apartment?" That's why he's on his phone looking. And then he rings his friend on this voice call, says, "I'm going to this place to see this girl, blah, blah, blah." Okay, yeah. Let's say that's what happened, and then something bad happens to Nathan. This is just a wild scenario, which is quite fixable. One of them friends, or more of them friends, know he was with a girl, he was going to see a girl, and he was going in a particular area. And these are the questions. So these are the sort of things that they may know. And if they can tell us these questions, these answers, rather than just flip-flopping the story and not being truthful, then these are the type of answers we're expecting. We're not saying they've done anything wrong, as in towards Nathan, but they know something that they're not telling us. So where was Nathan going? Because he looked like he was walking quite fast. He didn't look lost. He's a bright young man. He knew he was nowhere near his hotel room. So at that point, he knows his hotel is 25, 30 minutes behind him. But he keeps walking in the same direction. And I believe that one or more of his friends knew where he was sort of going to. And that could have been a girl. Yeah. More than likely possibly was. But why are they not telling us? These are why we're asking these questions. So these are why we keep talking about these young men. Not because we think about anything directly or indirectly to do with Nathan's demise, but we do believe that they know a little bit more, and them little bits of information could blow this thing wide open. Yeah. Because if they can point us in a direction, we could get CCTV. We could see Nathan jumping into a particular car. We could see a number plate. We could see anything. But because of being so vague, there's big holes in it.
Can I throw another possibility into the mix here too? And not really a possibility, but something to think about. Nathan was last seen at 4:09. His body wasn't found until between 9 and 10 a.m. So there's 5 hours missing. It is perfectly plausible that Nathan was somewhere for a while. And let's throw it out there. Let's say that he was talking to a girl and they decided, you know what, at the end of the night when everyone's going home, me and you'll meet up. And Nathan's gone off to meet her. They could very well have been, you know, in her hotel room for an hour. And potentially when Nathan left there, that's when he was picked up by a dodgy taxi driver. You know, and there is so many options. But I think the main point is the Spanish authorities' kind of explanation that he just got lost and walked up there and kind of done himself and off the end of the cliff is wrong.
We live in a world now. He's a 30-year-old man with a mobile phone, which we know hadn't died. We know the battery was working. And at 9 minutes past 4, he was 25 minutes in the opposite direction from his hotel. All he had to do was stick on his sat-nav to turn around and find his real way. So he knew he wasn't near his hotel. He knew the direction he was going. He was going there for a reason. That's what I believe. Now, whether he got to his intended place is another matter. Whether he was picked up on the way by, like you say, a fake taxi and taken, and then, you know, bad things happened to him, we don't know. But we would know better if someone could say it was, well, actually, yeah, he was going to meet somebody.
Yeah.
This is why we're asking
And
these questions.
I also want to reiterate for anyone that wasn't here earlier, these girls, this hen party, these girls could potentially not even know that anything has happened to Nathan. They could be sitting at home in potentially Newcastle right now and remember Nathan, but have no clue that anything's even wrong with him yet. I mean, in their head, they could be thinking that Nathan's safe at home in Wales. They could have no idea that all this has transpired. And when they come to know and they see the picture and they see what Nathan was wearing and they go, frig, that was that guy we were with that night. Yeah. And you just, you just don't have a clue what could come from a positive sighting or even this crowd that was walking down the street. If they get wind of this and they see what Nathan was wearing and whatever, you could have one of them very well going, oh, we did see that guy walking behind us.
Christine's just asked a question there, what bar was he last seen in? And this goes back to the answers to questions. We've been told the last bar he was in was the Red Lion. We were then told by the same person it was Insomnia. So again, we don't know. If we knew exactly which bar he was in last, that gives us a starting point. We know it's one of two. Again, we should know this by now. These are one of the simple questions we've asked.
Can I kind of just say how that transpired as well? We were first told that he left from the Red Lion at 3:20 a.m. And what was said in that conversation, and bear in mind, these are all message exchange, so we do have the in black and white in front of us. So what was first said was that kind of he left from the Red Lion, and then what was kind of said was, I think, and this was from Mail One. We went from the King's Head to the Red Lion to the Queen's Head, and back at some point. And I think at one point we went to Insomnia. So it was kind of very loosely threw in. And that kind of, because Insomnia is very different to both the Red Lion and the Queen's Arms. They're like, bars. Insomnia is very much a nightclub. So that kind of grabbed my attention. So he's kind of just briefly mentioning that they think they went to Insomnia, but they didn't stay long. Okay, so Insomnia was registered in my head. And then when I started pressing about a time, was it 3:20? Is that the confirmed time that Nathan left? And all I was asking was, who confirmed this time? Who seen him? Was it Mail One? And it was kind of in and around that point that it was, oh no, well, it wasn't the Red Lion, it was Insomnia. And it was only when I was kind of pushing for, well, who seen him leaving? What direction did he go? Oh, well, it wasn't actually, it was Insomnia. And the reason that Mail One was staying originally in the Red Lion and Nathan was going on home was because that Mail One was with a girl. Yeah. Then when we later found out that it was actually Insomnia Nathan left alone from, Mail One then claims that he was in the toilet when Nathan left. So, again, make it make sense.
I'm going to ask you something. We're going to jump forward again, Lisa, because this was something we discussed earlier today. It was quite an important bit of information. Now, we can't say 100%, but the boys said that the next morning at roughly about 10 o'clock, they got to a particular place for breakfast at around 10 o'clock. Now, can you tell us what you found when you looked at the CCTV of that?
Well, again, I am going to, I'll just touch on it because, again, that is what I'm going to go into after. The location, and I would like to just quote, because it was stated, we always, and I quote from Mail 2, we always go to the same place for breakfast every time we go. Once we got there, Mail 2 rang Nath straight to voicemail, and this was at 10:04. So the location of this place, we can actually check the CCTV, and that's why I'm not going to disclose where it is right now.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go through that CCTV straight after this live. So we have a time. So the way it is, I'm going into this CCTV. I've got the date, I've got the time, and I've got the location. So this CCTV should show these four lads showing up for breakfast just before 10. It was also stated that while they were having their breakfast, an ambulance was past. And Mail 2 says that he's often thought since then, was that for Nathan? So if that ambulance was passed, it will be in this CCTV. So just to put that out there, and again, that's all I'm willing to say on it, because again, I very briefly skipped over the CCTV. Now, bear in mind, I'm skipping 10 seconds at a time, so I haven't fully looked at the CCTV, and I've went from the period of around 9:45 until 10:30, because if they're saying they arrived for breakfast at just after 10 when they phoned Nathan, then that window of opportunity from 9:45 to 10:30 should be more than enough for them to show up in this ambulance to pass. So we'll see. We will see. And as I say, when I quickly skip through, and again, I need to emphasise that it was a very, very quick look. There appeared to be no parties of four that approached the place in question. There also appeared to be no ambulance. However, I was skipping 10 seconds at a time. And after this live, I will go in and watch the whole 45-minute period.
Yeah. So at what point then, Lisa, just obviously going a little bit further from that then, so when the police spoke to the boys and told the boys that, their friend was no longer with us, obviously the boys then spoke to Nathan's family. And I believe it was the mum and dad, didn't they? They flew over to Spain.
Yes, it was Nathan's mum and dad. And to be honest, their kind of account of things is quite harrowing.
Should we just talk about the treatment that they received themselves from the police as well? Because it was absolutely disgusting. I mean, this is a mother and father who have lost a son, and they're going out to Spain, to speak to the police. And the treatment that they received was just horrific.
So this is kind of Nathan's parents' account of things, and I'll briefly go over it. I'll not go into kind of every word, but kind of their timeline of events. They say that they've been in touch with all appropriate authorities, and no one appears to be helping. And this was a kind of statement made a few weeks back, so this, you take it with a wee pinch of salt. What they say is on September the 28th, Nathan flew to Alicante for a few days with friends. The mother and father were kind of concerned after several hours with no contact with Nathan. And this was unusual. So by Saturday afternoon, their worries about Nathan's safety intensified. The parents then go on to say that their daughter contacts his friends, and they also express concern as they haven't heard from Nathan since approximately 4 a.m. And again, I'll reiterate, this is the mum and dad's account of things, and as you'll see, as I kind of read bits out, it doesn't kind of match up with male 1 and 2's account for things as well. The mum says that Nathan had indicated to his friends that he was exhausted and was making his way home. She says that Nathan was staying in a different hotel to his friends, and that one of them had a lengthy FaceTime with Nathan on the way home, and he was in good spirits. The friends grew more intense as the day went on. Nathan did not return to his hotel. His friends were informed of this when they arrived at his hotel, and his bed had not been slept in. The parents say that the friends went to the Spanish police at around 11 a.m. with their concerns. They were refused and told Nathan was probably drunk somewhere to come back in a few hours if he didn't show. They then say that Nathan had still made no contact, and mum and dad knew something wasn't right. And late Saturday afternoon, their son-in-law then drove them to Birmingham Airport to fly to Benidorm. Nathan's sister, which is the parents' daughter, obviously, communicated with the friends of Nathan, who had since gone back to the police station in Benidorm approximately 6 p.m. To inform them that Nathan had not shown up and that they were extremely worried about his welfare. So we have We do have rough times there, so they first went to the police at around 11 a.m. and then again at 6 p.m. However, we are, that again, that is just something that's been said. We are yet to kind of confirm those times with kind of the official police report and stuff like that. So meanwhile, Nathan's sister in Wales was in contact with the South Wales police and filed a missing persons report there. And while that was going on, Nathan's friends were submitting the report at the Benidorm police station. Shortly after 6 p.m, one friend contacted Nathan's sister to inform her that a police officer had brought Nathan's bag and phone into them for identification. They were all in a panic at this point, and after this, we didn't hear from Nathan's friends. And I'll quote Nathan's mum here. In retrospect, this is when they learned Nathan was deceased. Shortly after this information from Nathan's friends, the sister of Nathan then gets a call from a Spanish number, which said, "Are you sister of Nathan Osman?" She replied, "Yes." They replied, "Brother deceased, body found, bottom of cliff. Contact British Embassy Monday morning." The sister then passes her phone to the older brother, which is Lee. And Lee asks, "How do we know this information is legitimate?" To which the man replied, "I am translator for Spanish police. Tattoo of," and I'm not going to say the name, but it is Nathan's child's name, which was on his left breast. The brother and sister were then obviously frantic, and the mum and dad were literally about to board a flight to Benidorm. So the daughter then, which is Alana, she then had to phone her mum and father and break the news to them as they were about to board a flight that Nathan's body had unfortunately been found, and they proceeded with their flight to Alicante. It's been stated that mum and dad both have been suffering severe PTSD due to the horrific experience and the tragic news just before takeoff. 2 police officers arrived at Nathan's sister's house to conduct a media report, but Nathan's sister had to inform them that Nathan had very sadly already passed away. They were unaware of this information and made an attempt to get in touch with Nathan's friends who were at the Spanish station to see if they could verify any of it. After feeling, what's it got to do with you two? I really get the feeling that this guy Ryan could possibly be Mr. Male One. And I don't know why, Jay, but just to kind of put that out there, there's been a number of comments that I've noticed from the user Ryan, and I have a feeling that he may be the father of Male One.
Well, okay, well, you know what? Good, because if that's the case, if what we're doing here can kick these boys up the backside and give us the information we need, that can help us lead to what really happened to Nathan, then so be it. You know, this isn't anyone trying to blame anyone. So. Yeah.
After failing to get in touch with Nathan's friends, South Wales police informed Nathan's sister they had got in touch with Interpol and would verify the data there. They say the following days and weeks were a blur. There was no support offered. There was no follow-up from any of the UK authorities. Guys, can one of our mods just block Ryan, because he's causing mass distraction right now, and right now the attention should be on Nathan. If we can just have him blocked immediately, please.
I'm not seeing him. I must be just seeing the comments on my live, and you must be. I'm not seeing that one.
Can someone just let me know when he is blocked? Thank you, moderator, Media Watch. Okay, so there was no support offered. So when mum and dad landed in Alicante, everything was closed and they could not attend the police station until the Monday morning, as it was the weekend. There was no support for them when they landed. There was no insight into anything that happened. and they were very frantic, and it was a very, very long wait to the Monday. They went to collect Nathan's belongings and identify him, and they say that the police station and the courts were both a living hell. The officers were yelling "sit" at Nathan's mother like she was a dog. The Spanish showed little concern, empathy, or compassion. Nathan's parents said they felt quite afraid, and they felt as though the police officers were treating them in a way that made them feel they were very superior to Nathan's parents. And remember, these are people that have just stepped off a flight to identify their son's body. So, you know.
Can I just interrupt there as well, Lisa? What you got to think of? The mother and father found out literally just before they were getting on a flight that their son was no longer with them. They had to sit through an almost 3-hour flight with everybody around them, probably all happy and dancing because they're going away for a weekend. And these two people are sitting on this flight. They've just found out the most devastating news, and then they get to Spain to be treated like this. I mean, you can only try and imagine what they went through.
Yeah, you know, it's heartbreaking what they were already going through. So then they go on to say the parents felt quite afraid, and they were asked to sign documents and add in any remarks that they thought would be pertinent to determining if Nathan may have unalived himself. So basically what they were asking his parents to do was to sign this document to say that they were happy that Nathan potentially had done this to himself. And what they say is that Nathan had a wonderful life. He had no reason to do this, and that he wouldn't. So the body was recovered without wallet, which sent alarm bells ringing with Nathan's parents. The use of his bank card, it was tried and declined. So the parents say that they had concerns at this point as to whether or not someone else was involved in his death. The police seemed very uninterested that that a deceased man's bank card had been used 24 hours later. They were told that Nathan's body was discovered by an off-duty police officer out on a jet ski on the morning of the 28th. And that's when emergency services were called. Nathan's body was recovered by our ambulance at around 12 p.m. local time. And it says here that the parents came home after 8 days of misery in Alicante. And what they say is the only comfort they kind of had was that they had Nathan's phone to bring home with them, so they could view his activities from his time in Benidorm. They were told that Nathan lost his balance and he slid on uneven ground and, you know, ended up off the edge of a cliff. And they have been left what happened for months. They say Nathan was not naive, he was quite the opposite. And they say it was very out of character for him to walk, especially into such a remote area. They say Nathan wasn't drunk, but exhausted. The location of the body, they've kind of noted here that the location of the body and Nathan's hotel were in opposite directions. Guys, all this in the comments. If there's someone else causing a ruckus, please just block them. It doesn't matter who they are. If they're distracting away from this, just block them. And I know I said not to be block happy, but if it's someone causing distraction, this is a very, very important case.
I'll just say, Lisa, though, if you're getting crap on, I'm not getting anything on mine. So whoever it is,
it's other people's comments that I see going, who is this guy? You know, and so they're, whoever it is, I didn't see their comment, but they're obviously distracting our viewers' attention. Just get rid of them. Yeah. Just get rid of them. So the parents also say pieces of the puzzle that the Spanish are expecting the family to believe are literally defying logic, and that's true. As we can see, I mean, from my point of view, that CCTV, it does look like Nathan is looking at his phone, the angle of his arm and stuff like that as he's walking. And in my personal opinion, it looks like he's using his phone as he passes. And that is actually what the mum and dad have noted, that in their view that he looks like he's spotted using his phone. Didn't appear drunk. He's moving with little concern in a straight course, and he passed away shortly after this. What Nathan's mum says is that her son, who is Lee, had no choice but to go looking for answers himself, as there was no help from the Spanish authorities. They expressed concerns with the South Wales Police and showed footage of Nathan. The South Wales Police agreed that something wasn't right, and there have been very little updates from them since. She then goes on to say how the UK coroner gets in touch, asking to get in touch with the Spanish authorities, as they were experiencing problems accessing Nathan's file. So an email was sent to the consulate, and they suggested then hiring a lawyer. So the parents say at this point it's absolutely ridiculous, and they feel that they're starting to lose their mind. And they believe it was very, very possible that Nathan was robbed, or that someone may have been responsible for his death. Nathan's parents go on to say, and I quote, "It is upsetting, intolerable, and extremely irritating that no one wants to assist us in determining what might have happened." And what the parents say is that this is a frantic attempt to get help. The family have taken this to social media in the hopes that someone may be able to assist them. And they're saying that social media really is their last hope. And they also wanted the point made that Nathan's final stop up at that point is a well-known hotspot in Benidorm where vulnerable persons are taken and robbed. So, you know, as we can see, Nathan's parents, not only have they been through a massively traumatic experience with the death of their son, but in such serious circumstances, then to have to travel to a different country, then to be faced with the kind of bluntness and the horribleness of the Spanish authorities, to have no support, no kind of backup. It really does seem like this family have been on their own since September.
Well, they have, haven't they? I mean, they have.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all seen the recent cases. We've all seen, obviously, what happened last year with Jay Slater and the way the police were with that. We've also seen the way the police paid very little attention to the John George case. But this one, even more so, when you see the treatment of the parents, of Nathan's parents, these are two people who've just found out, just before they board a flight, with an aeroplane full of people who are going on holiday to have a good time. They're all in a great mood. You've got these two people sitting in the middle of just learned the most horrific news, to then get on that aeroplane and then be told, we can't deal with you till Monday because we're closed. This is Benidorm Police, by the way. They're closed on a Sunday, when everybody's so drunk and causing trouble on a Sunday. And then when they do see them on the Monday, they treat like absolute pigs. I mean, they are treated like dogs, aren't they? I mean, screamed and shouted at, threatened, made to sit down. If they stood up, they were screamed and shouted at. I mean, if this doesn't wake people up to the way that the police over here are treating mainly British people as well, let's face it, it's mainly British people.
Yeah.
Then I don't know what does. I mean, we've had the warnings from Jay Slater and the John George case, but I mean, this one, the way they treat their parents is just absolutely just disgusting. It is disgusting.
Yeah, it really, really is. And it raises a lot of questions at, you know, and as I said last night, and again, you know, I am not here in any way, shape or form defending the Spanish authorities, because we know from case after case after case, it's the same treatment, it's the same, and I don't want anyone taking this the wrong way, but Jay, I did say to you last night, we have to understand the Spanish authorities based what they done on the information that they were given, and right now, we don't know what information was given to them. What we do know is that the people who was given the information, which was male 1, 2, 3, and 4, have gave us information. And the information that they've gave us hasn't been accurate and it hasn't been reliable. So if they have went into that Spanish police station with inaccurate, unreliable information, have the Spanish authorities looked at the investigation in the wrong light from the beginning, based on the information they were given?
And again, the information that was given, they aren't just errors of time. You know, it was 9 o'clock when it was 8:45, or it was on that street corner when it was 50 yards that way. These are information that are completely changing and completely incorrect, like completely incorrect. So you can understand why the police have looked at this and thought, well, if these kids can't tell us what really happened, then
someone has asked, do we know where Nathan's bag was found that the police it was handed in? Yes, Nathan's bag was found with his body.
But the wallet it was the wallet that was missing.
Are the 4 friends still in contact, friendly with the family? Kind of. There is ways of contact, but communication has dried up. I think that's the best way to describe it.
And can I just stress as well, the communication has dried up long before we sort of got involved in this, really.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been no communication. And then obviously we've now got involved in the last 4 or 5 days. We've asked some, I wouldn't say they were difficult questions with answers to. And it's dried up even more now.
Just on that, I would like to quickly go back to Nathan's parents' statement and what they said. All in a panic at this point. So this is shortly after 6 p.m. We're all in a panic at this point, and after this, we didn't hear from Nathan's friends. So from that point of 6 p.m. the next day, these guys retracted. They were not very forthcoming with any information at all. And I've seen a number of comments in here tonight saying they've been told not to talk by the Spanish police, and that's a very, very strong possibility up until a certain point. The Spanish police closed the case a long time ago, so no one is under any restrictions about what they speak about now regarding this case.
Can I just add another point as well? And this was told us a few days ago by Lee. On the day of Nathan's funeral, one of them friends only stayed for 10 minutes and left.
Yeah.
Well, that for me was, when I heard that, I found that a little bit of an odd one. I mean, you know, people can say it's difficult being at a funeral, you've lost somebody, but you know, if the parents can sit there and have to, you know, and say goodbye to their son, and I found that one a little bit like 10 minutes.
And I think, you know, I think we really need to make the point that, you know, when the approach was made, what we said was there's a lot of this stuff that could be very, very easily cleared up, and what we want to do is kind of tighten up, you know, cross all these T's and dot all the I's. And I get that these guys are heartbroken. I totally get it. But they have been made aware for a week now.
Guys, can somebody on my side, just please, one of my mods, just get rid of Chloe, please. Can I block her myself?
Yeah, I'm sure you can, Jay.
Yeah, just block. Goodbye.
Because this is it, and this is where the hate's going to start for us. You know, this is the first time we've rocked the boat. But we are going to have, and I really want to reiterate, we do not think these boys done anything to harm Jay. Or sorry, Nathan. There's me getting tired again and calling you the wrong names. But, you know, we are not by any means saying that these guys harmed Nathan. But there are a lot of question marks over, you know, and at the end of the day, as I said last night, their biggest crime might be being shit friends. But at the end of the day, there comes a point, and I get they're devastated, I get their own mental health is probably being affected, and I really do feel for those lads. But at some point, those lads have to think this was our mate, and his family are hurting. And do you know what? None of us have mentioned Nathan's 4 children tonight. Nathan has 4 children who are going to grow up, and they need answers. And at some point, you as a human being, I know I would say, look, I know I'm devastated, I know this is hard for me, I know this has turned my life upside down, but I have to give this family these answers. So, you know, there comes a point where you can understand their devastatedness, but, you know, when it comes to, I'll always stand with the victims, and I just think now, Nathan, his family and his children are more important than male 1, 2, 3 and 4's feelings.
And I mean, one of the things that we did actually mention, sorry, something just thrown me there. One of the things that we did mention was the fact that simple questions, they are just simple questions. We're not asking any really difficult questions, are we? And no, we're not. We're not asking any difficult questions. And one of the other things people were saying is, maybe he's one of these lads who's married or engaged, and maybe if he was messing about with girls, he's trying to protect that. Well, we know for a fact that male 1 is a single guy, so he's got nothing there to protect. So he's got nothing he needs to really worry about at home to protect that. So we do know that. But again, like Lisa just said, we are not trying to, in any way, shape or form, implicate these guys with any connection whatsoever with what has happened to Nathan. Not 100%, and that's from my heart. But we do need these guys to just fill in these gaps, you know, and just come forward and fill in these gaps so we can. So if we're going to find out what's ever happened to Nathan, these guys are key. They are really key.
Yeah, absolutely. And more so than anyone, male 1, because I think in my heart of hearts, I truly believe a lot of what male 2 is saying is just on the word of male 1. And that's my honest evaluation. I don't think we have a solid witness statement to go on.
So something that's just popped up in my comments for the last couple of minutes. Apparently, Nathan's brother, which I take it is Lee, has commented that male 1 and his dad has agreed to meet them.
Yeah.
Okay. So he agreed to.
Yeah.
What I want to say is that that's great.
That is, and that's true. Yeah.
That is great, but it's also it could have saved us a lot of time. You know, it could have saved a lot of time.
Did the nightclub or bars not let anyone see CCTV? The only people that can officially apply for CCTV are police. You need a warrant. You need that to be from a judge. And unfortunately, there was no investigation into Nathan's death. It was put down to non-suspicious.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, you know, going back to the meeting with male 1 and his father, I think that's wonderful, and I really do think it needs to take place. But I can't help but think, you know, it came at the 11th hour just before this live was to go out. I can't help think it was to try and stop this live going ahead, because male 1 and his father were aware that this was going out tonight. And I think that olive branch of a mate has been put out for us to go, oh, well, we'll hold off on the live because we want to know. No, these are the facts. And you know what? I really hope that from that meeting answers, all this gets, you know, kind of wrapped up, and we're kind of focused on that after then. But while these question marks remain, you know, it's hard.
But again, it goes back to what we said when I received the initial message from Alana, and she said we need to know what happened to our brother, because we don't believe in any way, shape or form that he has done this himself. Yeah. And I spoke to Lee, and he was the same. I spoke to Lee on the phone, and he was also adamant. And like we said, we will look into this, but we're not going to pull any punches. We're not going to try and...
Yeah.
We're in this for Nathan and the family. That is the only people that we are in for this, for the Nathan and the family. So, you know, we are going to ask the tough questions. We are going to give the tough answers, and we are going to give our opinions. If that opinion comes across as being tough towards an individual or individuals, then that's because the evidence is showing that.
Yeah.
You know, we're not here to pussyfoot. We're not here to stroke anybody's ego. We're trying to find out what happened to this young man. And unfortunately, that means making some tough decisions and asking some tough questions. So that's why we've done it this way. And we have been going this week, haven't we, between us, sort of, you know, do we hold back on this? Do we not hold back on this? And we've said this earlier. Do we not mention this? Do we not mention that? But then we sat there and went, well, if that's the case, what's the point in doing it?
Yeah, and I'll be totally honest. There has been a couple of points where I've got to where I've went, you know what? I'm not even sure we can do this, because, you know, you're hitting brick wall after brick wall. You think you're getting an answer, and then the evidence shows that it's something, and it's just, it has been a wee bit frustrating. You know, my kind of plan of action was to write everyone's accounts down first, and then go through each account, taking out the undisputed facts and creating a timeline of events. And unfortunately, going through everyone's witness accounts and things that I have been completely unable to produce from all those things, anything set in stone.
Karen Lane on my side just said something. It's hit home. Fantastic words. Fantastic work, guys. Now, if by us tonight, by what we've said, means male one and his father are now going to finally step forward and fill in some blanks, then we've done our job.
Yeah.
So far, but obviously it still depends on what they're going to say. But there's a lot of questions that we've now put forward tonight that you would expect the family to then also say, well, listen, we didn't spot these little gaps in the timeline. We didn't spot these little contradictions in your stories. But now they're out there. Now Jay and Lisa have brought them forward. We're now going to ask you, why did you say this? Why did you say that? When we know this happened and we know that happened, we need to know that them the questions that these people are now going to answer. Because if they're just going to come forward and say, well, we've had it tough, we've had a tough time, and that kind of thing, that's not what we want. We need answers now. And if he's going to come forward, and if that's because we've pushed this tonight and pushed it by giving the actual facts of what we know about this case, then yeah, great. Then absolutely fantastic.
Someone has asked in the comments something regarding the case being reopened. I'll first address my opinion on that, and then Jay can obviously give his opinion. My opinion is that the case can be reopened. It is possible. However, it will not happen unless new evidence is produced. The thing is, to have the legal, the family need legal representation, and that costs money. And I don't know if I should be saying this or not. But there was talk of the family kind of selling things and to try and provide funds. And I'm sorry, but this family have been through enough. So it's really important that we donate to the GoFundMe if we can. That is for legal expenses. Now, what we can do is the family can keep liaising with the South Wales Police. They already believe there's something suspicious. So if enough groundwork can be done, and the South Wales Police can produce evidence that the Spanish line of inquiry was inaccurate or wrong, or new evidence to produce new evidence to say that something else might have happened to Nathan, they may reopen the case. It's hard to say if that will happen or not, but it certainly can. It can happen. And at the end of the day, if that's possible, that's the ultimate goal that we're aiming for. Jay, what do you kind of have to say on that?
I just think that there's little bits of evidence that can fill in a few gaps. I think for me, mainly, my belief is one or more of these young men know where Nathan was going.
Yeah.
And if we knew where Nathan was going and who he was going to meet, that is a massive lead, because if that person he went to meet ultimately led to his demise, then, and I also feel like, and we keep going back to this, no way are we blaming these young boys. I think what happened is maybe these young boys initially just thought, well, to protect Nathan, maybe he's not said something. And I think after a bit of time, they probably got scared and thought, well, we can't sort of change our mind now, but now is the time. If any of them guys knew where Nathan was headed, because he clearly knew he wasn't going to his hotel. He knew he was going the wrong way. He wasn't in any distress. There was nobody with him forcing him to walk that direction. He was going there for a specific reason. That's what I believe.
Yeah.
So where was he going?
Yeah.
And the reason why one of the guys said he last time he spoke to him was before the CCTV, but we can clearly see he spoke to him afterwards. And one of the messages was, are you nearly there or something, or are you there yet? Clearly tells me one or more of these people knew where he was sort of going to. And I think if that bit of information can come forward, we can then work out roughly where Nathan was going. And if we know he was going to meet someone, then I think that would be enough for the police to go, hang on a minute then. And then that might be enough for the police to open this case and go, we need to find that person who he was meeting. Or going. That's what I firmly believe Nathan was going to see somebody, to meet some, possibly a girl. He'd been in a...
And you know what? See, because of the time difference between when Nathan was last seen and when he was eventually found on that cliff, my tendency would be to believe that he was doing something. He certainly wasn't sitting on up there for 5 hours, Has he been taken up there straight away? Because I strongly believe he didn't go up there on foot either.
I mean, somebody said something in my comments earlier. Was he hurt and unalived and then dumped there later? Well, no, because we know that the time of his death was between 9 and 10 a.m. So that sort of defeats that. Basically, Nathan lost his life up there. So if somebody took him up there, they didn't take him up there at 5 o'clock and hold on to him for 4 or 5 hours. So where was he in them hours between?
Yeah.
So what, where was he in the hours between?
There's a huge chunk of time that's completely unaccounted for. So
people asking me, how do we know that he didn't know he was going back to his hotel? He was completely going the opposite direction. He knew the direction of his hotel. He'd walked from his hotel earlier into the.
Can I kind of just add to that? The area that Nathan's hotel was in, it's very, very much built up. Very, very much built up. So even if we go with that and Nathan was genuinely lost and he thought that was the direction of his hotel, he would have only reached a certain point. Very, very shortly after there, it becomes very mountainous. You can clearly see that it's no man's land. There's not tall buildings. There's not. So at some point he's going to go, my hotel's not this way. I'm going back the way I came.
And that time of night, that area will be pitch dark. Yeah. I mean, the street lights. I'm sitting now. The street lights outside it. I'm on an urbanisation, so we have street lights. But the second you go off urbanisations, you go onto back roads and the back ends of estates. There's very little lighting. And once you leave that estate and you go onto waste ground, there is literally no light whatsoever. So he would have known at that point, this isn't right.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's genuinely what I think too.
Yeah. But I don't believe for 1 second that Nathan did this to himself. He was in good spirits. He was in great spirits. He was having a good time. He'd gone for a weekend away with the guys. He was due back to work on Monday morning. And he had his flight booked to go back to be at work for the Monday morning.
I'm just having a wee look here to see if I have. No, I don't. I was going to put the area up because that's kind of what I want to discuss for a moment. Is the area that Nathan was found in, and just exactly how far away it is for anyone that's just joined us. Can we just quickly go over that again, Jay? We have the built up Benidorm area.
Yeah.
And obviously it was quite a bit out that Nathan was found. Would you like to kind of describe it and go into the area a wee bit?
Well, Kaye, Hawaii, even when you look at it on the map, it's a 1-lane road. So, we have the bin men come every single night. I mean, I haven't heard them yet, but anytime between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock at night, we have a dozen big, massive industrial bins around the estate. Anyone's been to Spain, seen them. You can get rid of your rubbish every day, and the bin men come on a night. They can drive in here and drive round and go out. But this street where it was, they would have to back down. It is a dead end. And once you get to the end of that street, there's a fence with a gateway, and that leads onto a waste ground, which would be completely in darkness because another 60, 70 yards, probably even a little bit further, you've got the ocean. Mm-hmm. So you would literally see nothing. It would just be sheer blackness. So there would be no reason for Nathan to wander there accidentally. And to get to that street, he would have had to overcome dozens and dozens of lucky turns and circumstances to get to that point.
Yeah.
To get to that point, you've specifically got to go in a direction. It's not somewhere you would wander to.
Yeah. And I think if I kind of noticed at the start with the road, it looks like you're going this way, but then you almost circle to come back the other way, So, as you say, it's all very...
But that circle at the end, it's a straight road with a circle at the end. It's a turning circle, but that's for cars. That is for cars. The bin wagon would have to back down and drive out. That's it. And then at the end of the street, I say you've got the waste ground, and you've got a lot of waste ground. And this isn't waste ground where it's just a flat piece of grass you can walk across. This is unpleasant waste ground, cactuses, rocks sticking out. People dumping rubbish in Spain, it's a problem. There would be piles of junk everywhere. You would be falling and stumbling all over. You would know instantly that you've gone the wrong way. You wouldn't keep walking, and you would hear the ocean. The closer you got, you'd start hearing the ocean. And you would hear it. It's not somewhere you would stumble on accidentally.
Yeah. And can I just clarify with you for my own this area that we're talking about, is that area just beyond that wee gate that we see in the pictures?
Yes. And another thing as well. Let's go to the theory that the police have given. Okay, that Nathan did this to himself. So Nathan's plan was to unalive himself. That's what they're saying. So he's left the bar and he's walked to a specific area
Yeah.
that he's never been to before.
Yeah.
That probably a lot of locals don't even know are there because, you know, it is a specific area. Some people will know where it is, and it will be some people who've lived there for a long, long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he wouldn't have known that area. He just wouldn't have known that area. Like we said, you wouldn't have chosen that area. You wouldn't have walked so far. And like I said to you, if in his mind, when he left that nightclub, he was going to do some harm to himself, along that walk, common sense would have kicked in at some point.
Yeah.
You know, for a young man to have been so determined to walk for the best part of well over an hour,
Yeah.
to do this
And
to
then,
himself,
and then to potentially sit there for close to 5 hours before.
he would have had to have been in some serious state through the day. And we've already had numerous people saying he was in good spirits. We've seen pictures of him, videos of him in good spirits. That's not a man who is in such turmoil to be so adamant he's going to do this to himself, to walk well over an hour to a specific area in Spain. It just doesn't add up. It's too many coincidences. So
No, it doesn't.
No, we
And,
didn't do this.
and it just so happens to also be a spot where people are quite often taken to be robbed. So,
Yes.
you know,
Again,
you know,
yes.
it's another coincidence that we can't just go, oh, it's a coincidence, you know, because they're not coincidences.
My honest belief is Nathan was going to a particular place, and again, probably something as innocent as a girl. He was sat chatting to girls. He was comfortable with girls. He was having a good night. That's my sort of theory. And he's been with a girl till the earliest hours of the morning, and he's possibly left, and then he's been possibly mugged or
Maybe approached by a dodgy taxi driver, or
that would explain the sort of 4 or 5 hour gap for me.
yeah.
That's the key thing, the 4 or 5 hour gap. You know, if they're trying to let us believe that he's walked for well over an hour up to this point, and then he's got there. This is a man who's so adamant that he wants to do this to himself. He's got there and then sat down for the best part of 4 or 5 hours to then contemplate it.
Or let's not forget the phone call that Mail 2 claims that he heard, and he knew he was in a crowded place because there was a lot of noise in the background. Did he go on to another bar?
He could have went. That's what I'm saying. He could have went on to another bar because he'd spoken to a girl earlier and said, come and meet me. And listen, he's a young man. No one's going to. There's nothing wrong with doing that. And he could have spent several hours with another person or several people in a bar having just a good time. These could be just innocent people. And then when he's left there late at night, 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, then he's tried to flag it. This so-called taxi is a theory. He's flagged the taxi, but it wasn't a taxi. They've seen his trainers. They've seen he's wearing expensive clothes. And has he been robbed? And has this happened? This is a theory that the police didn't even consider for 1 second. It was just all tied up in a little bow and presented to the family, and this is what's happened. And I don't believe that.
But then is there also the possibility, Jay, that the police are maybe aware of certain criminal gangs that use this spot to rob people, and there maybe the police don't want to upset these certain gangs of people?
Definitely. Yeah, but also as well, we know it's a fact that the police are not doing enough for British tourists when they fall foul, when they go missing, when they're beaten up, you know. But they make a lot of effort to lock you know, British people up if they're causing nuisances in the street. Paperwork isn't a problem to them then.
Yeah.
You know, it seems to be the more serious cases, they're burying their heads in the sand. And I just can't believe that they never looked at any other single alternative. There's numerous alternatives that could have happened here.
Yeah.
And more of them are a lot more logic than the fact that this young man's walked an hour to an hour and a half to a place he didn't even know existed, to then sit there for 4 or 5 hours and then do this to himself. It just it's just absolute bullshit.
Can I also just make a wee appeal for anyone that is watching? If you yourself or someone that you know was robbed in Benidorm, was maybe taken to this point, if you have any similar stories, please don't hesitate to get in contact with us, because I know there has been previous stories about this spot in particular. So if you do know anything, you know, not regarding Nathan, but regarding the criminal activity, please get in touch, because we could see patterns there as well.
And again, guys, anyone who's on here now, on my live or Lisa's live, please share this live. Please share it now. It'll take you 1 second. Let's take 10 seconds.
Martine has asked, is there homes or anything around that area that could have ring doorbell or anything? Yes, there is. The family approached. They wouldn't pass it over. We've seen the correspondence between them, And the residents kind of expressed that they were very, very sad for what happened to their brother, but they were unable to help without a warrant from the police. Yeah. So, yes, there is no CCTV there.
Isn't it quite astonishing though that a young man's been found unalived?
Yeah.
Down a cliff. And that is not enough to get a warrant to check these few villas along Cayenne Way.
This is the thing. Had the police took the investigation in the right direction in the first place, which is not suicide, they probably would have retrieved that CCTV.
Yeah.
So you know, and without sounding bitchy, this was complete negligence on the police's behalf from the very start.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely. It is definitely. And again, they've just presented all this in a nice little bow to the family. This is what happened, and they've expected the family to believe this. You know, they've expected the family to swallow this, and the family have never once believed it. I know we hear it all the time where family go, "Oh no, not my son." But there's never been any evidence of mental health.
I'll just jump in because I'm seeing a couple of comments that are saying, "Oh, if it was my CCTV, I would hand it over." We absolutely would. However, laws are very different in Spain. Jay, can you explain a wee bit about that? Because I don't want people to think that these people in the houses may be being evasive. It's regarding privacy laws. So just let us kind of briefly deal with that before we move on.
So my house here, we've got quite a big garden. Our house is built on 4 plots, and it's about 20-30 meters going out that way to that corner of the garden. And if we have a camera on our house, which we do, that camera has to face inside your garden. If it's facing onto the street and it can pick up people's faces, people who are just going about their lives, living their lives, the police can and will knock on your door, and 9 times out of 10 they will ask you to turn them off or turn the camera so they're facing the ground in your garden. Yeah. And the next time they will come and they'll issue you with a fine. It is completely illegal to have your cameras facing out onto the street. That is the be all and end all of it in Spain.
Yeah. So sorry to interrupt, but just when I seen that, I thought, no, we'll have to clarify that because, you know, these people aren't being difficult, but they're not going to risk arrest themselves.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing as well. I mean, they're not, but the police do know that people do still have cameras. I mean, you do have CCTV in certain places, banks, you know, on banks and things like that, police stations and whatnot. There's not a lot of CCTV in Spain. You know.
Jay, can I just actually ask a real random question? As you know, when it was the case of Jay Slater, there was from my memory, and I know it's a different location, Tenerife. There was some of those kind of live cams up in the mountain areas. Do we have any live cams up that direction in Alicante?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, but again, it's not something I've ever looked into. It's not something I've needed to know. I can certainly try and find out.
Yeah, because we know we've seen the main Benidorm cameras. You know, they're fantastic. And we have, yes, there is. Okay, someone's saying there is. I actually think that might be worth looking into as well afterwards. And see
where I live is more residential. There's a lot of expats here. You know, it's more villages and little towns. So, you know, there's not really a lot of call for it. But obviously places like Benidorm,
yes, guys. Sorry, guys. I know there's cameras around Benidorm Beach. That is not. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. I know. We know about the cameras at Benidorm Beach. We are asking about those remote roads. So please, I really do appreciate you answering me, but it's not very good if you're giving me wrong answers, okay? We know about the cameras in Benidorm Beach. We're asking about the remote, secluded area up in the mountains. Does anyone have clue if there's live cameras up there? We know.
You would like to think, wouldn't you? You'd like to think if that is a well-known area for where muggers take people and rob them. You'd like to think there was some kind of cameras up there.
Siobhan, she was answering about the remote. So there is on the remote roads. Sorry, someone else had said about the beach, and that's why I was kind of like, we know. And, you know, this has been a week of very little sleep, and when you've been going over these details 500 times, it does get a wee bit tedious, so I do apologise. But why don't you show the location on where Nathan went? I have shown the location. It's on my main page. We will continue to produce videos. It's no secret. Nathan was found at C Madrid. You can look it up on Google Maps.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier for the. It's Calle Madrid. So that's spelled C-A-L-L-E. Calle is basically the Spanish word for street. So sorry, not Madrid, Hawaii. So Kaye, Hawaii. So it's Hawaii Street, basically.
Yes.
You can look that up in Benidorm. It's easy to find. You can look where the street comes in, and it is only the width of, of a car. I mean, a car could pass if you pulled in tightly, but a large bin wagon would have to reverse down. There's a turning circle at the bottom, but it is a turning circle where a car would have to do a bit of a U-turn to get out. And then,
Right.
and on the other side of that is just waste ground, just
Guys.
absolute barren waste ground.
I know all the hotels have CCTV, and I'm really trying not to lose my patience here. They will not hand those over without a police warrant. And I am a wee bit frustrated now because we know. And I don't mean to sound rude, I don't mean to sound cheeky. We know. And if we could go to those hotels and retrieve that CCTV, we absolutely would, but we can't. There isn't an open investigation, so there's no chance of getting the police to go and do that. Even if they were, the chances are that the CCTV has been overwritten. It's been quite a time. And I do get people are trying to help. But if you could just, and I get some people may have just joined as well, and I'm trying to be mindful of that. But when you're kind of being faced with the same things popping up, and you're kind of trying to keep things flowing and trying to keep the information, and you're having to go over stuff that when it's being said, it's kind of making like us, are you naive, are you stupid? We know, we're not silly. And I don't mean to sound rude, but it's hard. We've been over a lot this past week, and when you have people kind of coming on after what we've been through this past week, making comments that kind of come across as if we're two dickheads, it does get frustrating. So I apologise. I am only human. It's been a long week. It's a very emotional case. But we are, we have thought about this stuff.
I mean, what we have to mention as well, we have had pushback throughout this case. When we've been putting things forward, we have been getting a bit of pushback, but like we said, we were always going to do this in our own way. People have been asking us, people are tagging us in a lot of things, because what people are saying is, we are not being dictated to. If you want us to look at a case, we're going to look at it, we're going to look at it warts and all, we're going to ask the hard questions, and we're going to give the tough answers. Always being respectful to the victim and the family, but at the end of the day, if we're going to do something, we're going to do it 100%. If you don't want us to do it 100% and you want us to leave bits out, then you need to go and ask other people, because we aren't them guys.
And this is the thing, it is tiring, because what we're trying to do is try and look at everything we can. We're trying to put the family in contact with directly with people that can help, And since we have came on, they've got a number of MPs on board. They have they've made progressive, we are making progress. It's not like this is going nowhere. I would like to say there has been trouble receiving the UK authorities receiving Nathan's case file from the Spanish. Over the past 7 days, because there is attention getting drawn to this case, and there is a fuss being kicked up. Very, very recently, the Spanish authorities have actually contacted the family to say that the case file is now on its way. So, we are doing this for a purpose, but we are exhausted. We're tired. We've been hitting brick wall after brick wall. And we just, we understand people are coming in here and they haven't caught the whole conversation and whatever. And we do get that. But just try for a wee minute to understand from our point of view. What we're trying to do here is to get some sort of information that's going to trigger more movement. There's no point in us doing this if it's not actually going to get somewhere. And our ultimate goal here is to find the truth for Nathan. So, this is about triggering people's memories. And if we're having to go over stuff that we've already said about, we've already explained, and very, 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 things like that make us look very naive. It is a wee bit of a kick in the dick for us, and I do appreciate that the people that said that mightn't have realised, but it's just, listen then before you jump in, especially when the subject's so serious.
I think as well, without going into too much detail, people can appreciate the amount of work we've done. Literally, Lisa, I've probably spoken to you more in the last 3 or 4 days than my own wife.
Yeah.
Because on a night we're messaging, we're on voice call, we're in a group with the family chatting to them. I'm going to work while I'm at work in between jobs. I'm chatting to you, I'm reading messages, we're liaising with each other, we're talking about this. This has literally taken over our lives for 7 days. And I must admit, I'm looking forward to a couple of days where I can just go,
Yeah.
we are going to have to come back to this because, like you say, MPs have now taken note of this. Male one and his dad are now willing to meet the family and talk to them. There's going to be other people that are going to be watching this. And don't be fooled. Police officers, social workers, MPs, important people do watch these kind of things on TikTok. And if they're living in North Wales and they know about Nathan and the family or the police, there will be people on there tonight. And all we want to do is prick the ear of the right person. And if that right person can suddenly go, right, now I get it, and they can make some moves, then we've done our job.
And can I just say, from the perspective of the investigation, if Nathan's family are just to walk into a Welsh police station and say, listen, something's not right, the Welsh police are going to very well go, well, we kind of agree with you, but our hands are tied. What they have said. However, if Nathan's family are walking in there and they're saying, look, this is what we came across. Here's the proof of this. That this is, this is a completely disputed statement. These are the facts. If you've kind of got things highlighted and it kind of set out, then that's going to trigger that movement. The police are going to go, right, well, hold on, because there's this to go on, there's this. There's a lot more chance of them taking notice. We aren't going to be able to, finish this case or take it much further or whatever. But the point is, if we raise enough eyes and ears, as Jay says, and get the right people behind this family who can get those answers and who can put pressure on the Spanish police to reopen the investigation. And when I say reopen, I'm saying that with a pinch of salt. They fucking do one in the first place.
Yeah. Isn't it quite sad though how the family have had to contact us guys? They've seen the work and they've seen the coverage that we gave the John George case. But at the end of the day, we're just two people with very, very inquisitive minds who, very similar personalities in the sense that we ain't going to bullshit you. We ain't going to hide the hard facts. We will do the job. But isn't it sad how the family have had to literally turn to social media?
Yeah.
Try and find answers for their brother and their son. When the police, not the Welsh police, but the Spanish police and certain individuals, could really help this a lot more. And here we are, having to justify why we're doing this and why we're giving the information we're giving, to other people like ourselves, just TikTok users. We're having to justify why we're doing this. That is quite a sad indictment, really, when at the end of the day, this is all about a young man who was found tragically unalive. And we know for a fact what the police are saying is absolute. It is bullshit.
Yeah, 100%. Well, absolutely, 100%. And I kind of think now is probably a good point. Everyone knows what the Spanish authorities are like with all cases, particularly British cases. And I just want to throw out there, because someone has mentioned the John George case. John George's brother, very, very kindly, even through everything that he's going through right now, reached out to me last night. Was it last night or the night before, Jay? But anyway, that doesn't matter. I think, wasn't it? He reached out to simply say to pass, his details on to Nathan's family, and that he's there to help in any way, shape or form he can. If that doesn't scream what kind of, lovely people these are, I don't know what does, for everything. And even when we go to Nathan's family, everything that they're going through, everything that they have been, piled on them in this past couple of months, they're still running about here, thinking about us, and you look after yourselves and worrying about meal 1, 2, 3 and 4. They're still showing so much care and compassion for everybody else. And then you flip and you've got, people who we have been asking for answers. They're not forthcoming, and I think the whole personality, their whole souls shine through. People's actions tell you more about what they are like than their words ever will. And I think it's clear, from interactions with the George family and Nathan's family, that they are very, very kind and caring people. And I think maybe if people on the flip side of those crimes were even a fraction like, you know, the victims' families, we would be a lot further on in both cases.
Yeah, we would. We would do. And that's usually the situation, isn't it? And again, if people had been more forthcoming with information, and the police had been more forthcoming without just closing that book and tying it all up in their bow and saying, this is what happened, and they'd have been more open-minded. I mean, somebody said earlier on, one of the key factors in this is somebody tried to use his card a few hours later. I mean, if that's not enough to open an investigation, I don't know what is. I really don't know what is.
And I mean, I get what you're saying there, Jay, and I completely agree. But taking it back then to the Spanish authorities thinking that this was non-suspicious, and even if that was true, right, there's still a separate crime has taken place. So even if they're not going to investigate any further into Nathan, someone has still fraudulently used a bank card. So, you know, it's a completely separate crime. So why could they not have even chased that up alone?
But that somebody's using a bank card that's not theirs. But this isn't just mine or yours, your bank card. This is the bank card of a young man who's just been found at the bottom of the cliffs.
Yeah.
So surely them two circumstances alone should be enough for the police to say, we can't just close this book and say he did this to himself. Surely that's more than enough to have an investigation. It's got to be.
Have some of his items been found en route? No. It's the fact that items were missing. So when I said the tongue-in-cheek comment about en route, what I said was the Spanish authorities expect us to believe that Nathan walked almost an hour to unalive himself, but on the way he threw away his wallet and he threw away one of his shoes.
Yeah.
You know, that was the very tongue-in-cheek comment that I made.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah, and also when he was walking home, I mean, when he's walked from the nightclub or the bar, whichever he left, it's taken the best part of 35, 40 minutes to get to the point where we see him on CCTV. And then he's had to have walked at least...
No, I don't think it was that long.
9 minutes past 4 when we seen him on the CCTV.
I definitely don't think he was walking that long before. Where's my times? Okay, so from the club
20 past 3
to McDonald's. So when I say the RE was last seen, I've been putting McDonald's in as the point.
Yeah.
From the club Insomnia to McDonald's is 11 minutes. From the Red Lion to McDonald's is 13 minutes.
But we were led to believe he left the last establishment at 20 past 3.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That time can't be accurate.
Again,
otherwise, he was walking for 50 minutes before he reached that point, which again doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, but that's what we're being led to believe. I mean, even the police, there's another reason to investigate. So why did it take a young man who wasn't too inebriated, who was on his own?
Yeah.
Why did it take from 20 past 3, if we're led to believe he left the nightclub or the bar, till 9 minutes past 4 to be caught on CCTV, nearly 50 minutes away, when it's a 11, 12-minute walk?
You said about them sending his case file. Can South Wales Police open an investigation? No. I believe the only force that has jurisdiction over a crime is the country and the place in which the crime took place. So no other police force has any jurisdiction over any crime in another area.
I've got Katie on my side. Just said, was the Red Lion 320, then the club? Katie, this is the thing we don't know. We were told that the last place he was in was the Red Lion, but then we were also told the last place he was in was Insomnia, the club. We don't know.
We've just had a comment from Lisa Jane. Lisa, do you know one of the villas was a rental? I've just seen bad reviews. So that's also something else that we need to kind of look into as well.
Yeah.
So what will they do with the case files? In my personal view, I think they will kind of have a look. They'll look at the full autopsy report. They'll have a look at all the details. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly. I'm not a police officer.
A comment on my side, I'm not aware of this. Someone said, is there not 2 Red Lions in Benidorm? Well, that's pretty key if there is.
Well, that's potentially, Jay. I'm going to
Yes,
say
there is. Yes,
I'm,
there
I'm,
is. There's 2 red lions.
I'm being very cautious about what I say here. So that's potentially 3 red lions that we have in the mix.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, the third one.
Yeah.
So one beside
Okay,
the
well,
caravan
guys,
park, I think.
there's evidence that we have got that we haven't spoke about tonight, because we will have to do a follow-up live to this, and that
Yeah.
we will then present that and the videos and the pictures. And there's so much to get through. All we want to do tonight is paint a picture of what we were told has happened, and what we can prove didn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
Yeah, possibly 3 red lions.
One. Okay. Well, that's going to sound. Okay. I'm going to put it out there because maybe someone will actually know the answer to this. When we were going through Nathan's bank transactions that were made on his card that evening, there was a number of transactions in the red line. Now, obviously, I wasn't aware there's 2 red lines in Benidorm, and I assumed it was the one on the same street as Insomnia. And I'll tell you that because there was other bars mentioned that were also along that, so it makes sense that the red line being spoke about was the red line in the street of Insomnia. So if anyone can kind of direct me where the other one is, I'll have another wee look into it. However, there was a number of transactions made in the red line on Nathan's card. However, there is one transaction that does stand out, and it does say it's from the red line, but it's been a redirected payment, okay? So it says on the side of it, round up. So what I'm assuming is the bill came to, say, £14.75, and it's been rounded up to £15. It's the only transaction that does say round up. And this payment was somehow redirected, not from the red line in Benidorm, but a red line in Hatfield, England.
Yep.
So
that could be if that red line could be owned by the one in Hatfield, so it could just be
and because it was a round up payment.
But why weren't the other 4 payments?
Yeah.
Why weren't the other 4 payments showing the same? There was actually a second roundup, I believe, wasn't there, Lisa? I would think we'd have to look at that. I'm sure there was a second roundup at the bottom, and that didn't say Hatfield. It just says Red Lion Pub, doesn't it? The top one says Hatfield. The other 4 payments say Red.
But I'm pretty sure there was something to say Benidorm on those as well. But we'll have a look.
Yeah. Red line up the Rincon past Indormar.
If he took out €150, why would he use card? Well, we are aware that Nathan did have cash on him, and he was using his card. But as Jay says, in these bars, I don't know if any of you have ever been in them, particularly in Benidorm and kind of party areas like that. You've got club reps and bar reps walking about the room all night. They will bring you your drinks, and they all quite often have a card machine kind of attached to them in some way. Now, even if you do have cash, if you're paying by cash, you've got to go up and queue at the bar. Where if you grab drinks off these people that are kind of flying about, you can tap your card very easily without moving off your seat. So we're not saying that's exactly, but we're assuming that's why he was kind of using his card.
It's an explanation, isn't it, to why that happened? And again, it shows that Nathan in the Red Lion, I think he bought about 5 rounds. But again, I think the most expensive one was £15. There was one for sort of 9, 12. I mean, that's the sort of price it would cost for 4 or 5 guys to get 4 or 5 beers, bottles of beer in some of these bars. But they weren't ridiculous amounts. But it could have been Nathan buying them drinks because the other guys had cash and it was easier for him to just go ting, and the guys give him a bit of cash. I mean, I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's a pretty logical explanation, and it's an answer to a pretty simple question. But again, somebody's just said there, surely his mates would know what Red Lion. Again, these are the simple questions that we've been asking, and we're not getting answers to.
Yeah, and again, I wasn't aware that there was another Red Lion in Benidorm. I was just assuming it was the one on the street as the other bars that had been mentioned. So I will look into the second Red Lion. I'll look at its location. we'll reach out and we'll ask the guys if which red lion or both they attended, but I can't say that we'll get an answer. What date was it? It was the 28th of September.
That's my only worry now is this young man and his dad, are they going to be asked the right questions? Because we've got about 150 questions to ask them, and you know.
The red lions are only 3 minutes apart.
Okay.
So regardless of what red lion he was at, you're still only adding
2 minutes, yeah.
You're still only adding a couple of minutes then onto the kind of times that we've got. So
again, it doesn't explain why if as we're being told, Nathan left the Red Lion or Insomnia, whichever one he was in, we're not sure yet, at 20 past 3.
I'm turning this on right now to have a look at maps while we're here, because I'm very visual. I need to see it.
So if he did leave the club or pub at 20 past 3, and then he was seen at 9 minutes past 4 on CCTV, only 11 minutes away, but it took him the best part of 50 minutes. What was he doing in that time?
Yeah. They are more than 3 minutes apart if you're on foot. Okay.
Yeah, but they're not far enough apart to add on too many minutes to his journey.
50 minutes onto his journey.
Let's say they're 10 minutes apart.
minutes out, 3 minutes drive. Okay.
So 3 minute drive in Benidorm. Let's say maximum 10-minute walk. Then whatever, you know, it still doesn't explain why an 11 or 20 now 20-minute walk has taken him 50 minutes when he's on his own.
And it would actually be really nice just to be able to clarify exactly, because you know, ideally what I would like is to hear it coming straight from meal one. We were in Insomnia. I was in the toilet when Nathan left. Everything we're getting through a third party, and that itself causes issues.
And I still don't think we're going to get the answers to them questions. No. In an ideal world, it'd be lovely if Mail wanted to come on here and sit and have a conversation with us. And you know, I know that isn't going to happen. But in an ideal world, it'd be great if we could be the ones asking the questions, because we have the questions that we need the answers to. I'm just a little bit worried that when he does meet the family, are they going to ask him the right questions? Because obviously they don't want to upset him. We don't want to upset him, but we will be a lot more forthright asking them questions than I think the family would be.
Yeah.
So can you see the distance there?
It's very different on your phone and on the laptop.
We couldn't meet up with them, Kirsty, because Lisa lives in Belfast and I live in Spain, and the young men are from North Wales. McDonald's is up the hill, yes, we know that. Wonder if Mail 1 was the missing person.
The red line. Yeah, I'm aware. I wasn't aware there was a red line too, so I'm just going on to have a wee look at the location of it now. It is quite a bit out. And I'm kind of thinking more directional wise than anything.
So that if it was the other red line and it was a little bit further out, that would explain more as to the length of his walk, which still wouldn't explain 50 minutes to the CCTV.
So say we're this is McDonald's, yeah. And as this is going to be flipped for you because I'm doing it as I'm looking at it, right? So Nathan's Hotel's this direction. If you're looking at the beachfront, Nathan's Hotel's down this direction. Nathan's body is found in this direction. And kind of back the way is where the bars and clubs are. The second red line is away, so it's the second red line isn't even in the direction of where Nathan's McDonald's or where Nathan's body was eventually found or anything like that. And it's not in the same direction as his hotel or anything like that. So just again, we will need it confirmed. But by looking at this and basing off everything else, I think it's safe to say it was the red line one he was in. But again, you know, that's something that only the people that were with him can confirm.
Yeah. And like I say, we need to hope that whoever Mail 1 and his dad are going to meet up with, the right questions need to be asked.
Yeah.
And we've put forward tonight dozens and dozens of questions that need to be asked. Dozens and dozens of inaccuracies that have been told by the males, places, times, people, simple things that can really build a timeline. And in any case, we all watch enough TV. We all know enough about crime to realise that any police to build a case, they need a timeline.
Yeah.
They need a timeline. They need to know people's frames of mind. Where people were at particular times when something happened to somebody. I mean, and I'm not accusing anybody, but we were told that male one was in his hotel at 3 a.m. But then we know that he wasn't in his hotel at 3 a.m. But his friend is still adamant that he's seen him come in at 3 a.m. when we know that isn't true. So you've got two people telling the same.
If it is true, and male one was in his hotel at 3 a.m., that means he still has told a lie, and he wasn't with Nathan. Yeah. So, regardless of what way you look at it, whether he was or he wasn't in his hotel room, he still isn't being honest.
Yeah. And again, we just need to know the information for the family. This is not about this, and I don't mean to sound like this is not about Lee, Nathan's brother, or Alana, his sister, or even his mum and dad, right? They are important. This is about Nathan. We need to find out what happened to Nathan.
Yeah.
For his mum and his dad and his brother and his sister. Yeah. So, although we're asking tough questions, and it might now mean that the brother or the sister, when they come face to face with male one, it might be a bit of an awkward situation. But it's only an awkward situation because male one hasn't been telling us exactly what he should have been telling us. That awkward situation hasn't been created by us, and it hasn't been created by the family. It's been created by this young man and his friends.
Yeah.
Have told so many different stories about something that we know they haven't got anything to do with it. So again, like you say, if he was in his hotel at 3 o'clock, that means Nathan was left in the nightclub. So it then leads to the fact, if he's in the nightclub, who's he with? He was with somebody. Was he with a girl? Had he met some other male friends who are out there who we trusted?
And regardless of who he was with, if you were in your apartment at 3 a.m. on a FaceTime to him, then why did you say you were in insomnia and in the toilet when he left? None of it makes sense.
None of it makes sense. And he was also with a girl when he left. He was with a girl when he left. And
I feel it's been slight purpose misdirection that's been going on rather than purposeful lies.
And I think it's good. I think when it comes out, and it will come out, you're going to look at the reason why these little lies were told, and you're going to go, really? You told a lie for that? It could be something absolutely stupid. Like I say, Nathan was with a girl, or a boy. One of the boys was with a girl, and he's got a girlfriend back at home, or something like that. Whatever it is, it's going to be.
Did you notice in that other live webcam I sent, he had phone in hand? Yes, Carrie, that was the footage, and yes, it does appear that he is walking along with his phone in his hand. Love, yeah. Something. Okay, colours. That's small. Yeah. Someone's saying they're saving their own skin.
We've seen not questions yet. Sorry, Kirsty, I don't understand what you're saying. UCNT question J. Am I missing something? Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying there, Kirsty.
Harry, to me it looks like he's I'm not going to just try and guess what I think he's doing. But when I look at him, that looks very similar to the way I would walk when I'm looking at Google Maps.
Sorry, what Kirsty's saying is there any chance that we could be on a video call when that meeting happens with male one and his father? I get that, but at the end of the day, who are we?
That's not really. Yeah. At the end of the day, as long as the important people are getting the answers that they need, we don't need to hear. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I just hope the answers come across.
Yeah. Parents saying that the vacant.
He's on his phone. Okay, I wasn't sure when he lost battery. None of us are sure when he lost battery. It was stated that he lost battery on 7-minute phone call. after the prostitute approached him. Very shortly after the prostitute approached him, his phone cut out. But we can clearly, very visibly see with the physical evidence of Nathan's phone that is not accurate.
And again, like you say, at 17 minutes past 4, after Nathan's phone was so-called out of battery.
I'm confused. So when did his battery die? We don't know.
We don't know, but it wasn't when we're being told it died, because
Yeah,
17 minutes past 4 in the morning, there was a voice call, 54 seconds, that turned into a video call during that. So everybody who uses WhatsApp now, you can start a voice call, and during that call, you can go to the settings, you can click on the video, and you can flip that voice call into a video call. I do it often with my wife. I think we all do it, and that's what happened for 54 seconds, and that was to male 1. So we know for a fact that male 1 told us a lie when he said that the battery died and he didn't speak to him anymore after that. And he did. He spoke to him for a minute almost.
Yeah. Someone said his phone died and stopped someone to ask for directions, possibly someone dangerous to him. Potentially, yeah. He could have tried to flag down a taxi. Something actually, quite an important piece of information that we have completely forgot about, that I have completely forgot about, and Jay, you haven't mentioned it. Shortly after, when Nathan leaves the bar, he does make a phone call on his phone. The phone call is to a taxi number. Nathan hadn't searched for this number in his phone, so we are making the assumption that the phone number was either displayed like on a phone box, or I don't know if there's taxi numbers displayed on the ATM machines, or possibly given to him by someone. But he did dial a taxi number, and it is completely unknown as to whether that call connected or anything like that. Nathan's family did call the number after, and try to get some answers, which didn't lead to anything.
Yeah, it's just another dead end in it, which we again, we'd love to get the answers to, but there's far too many holes in this whole case that still leave us absolutely baffled why the police have not. Somebody's just said, "Cute dog." This is my little puppy.
Oh,
He's a little cow, to be honest. So there's plenty of holes in this whole case that leaves you scratching your head why the police just literally wrapped it up in this tiny little decision and told the family that's what happened.
yeah. No. And I think through everything, what the Spanish police have said is the least likely of the scenarios.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Did you guys look at the video Haley played with the 3 people behind the tree?
Yeah. I think people are making far too much about these people behind the tree.
Can I just say, it's on my wall as well. I shared that footage, and that's a very, very short clip. If you go in and look at the rest of that footage, you'll see those 3 people at the tree hang about for quite a while after that. Yeah. And when they do disperse, they go in a completely different direction. So it's highly unlikely that those people have anything to do with it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people making a lot of focus on the people at the
No,
tree.
you're okay. It's just this is kind of where you get the kind of miscommunications, and this is where we kind of feel Haley was only given the short clip, not the full clip. I was only given the short clip too. This is something that I went and sourced myself. So yeah. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. I mean, again, I can understand why people would ask that, because they were 3 of the last people that we know of, possibly Nathan alive, but they're not really paying any attention to him. They're getting on with their life, and they do.
And this is it. I get it. Because when I very first was sent that small clip of the first thing I clocked was those 3 people. And honestly, I did. But it's just kind of, if anyone has listened to me tonight, you know, do you really think with the depths that I've went into with other things that that I'm not going to notice 3 suspicious people at a tree and kind of follow that up? And I know no one means any harm, but it just, to me, it feels like a kick in the dick, you know? I kind of said it earlier as well, but it's like, yeah,
I mean,
it's frustrating.
We've been on here tonight, coming up to 4 hours now, and I did say it would be a long one. We knew it would be a long one, but that is nothing to the amount of time we've spent in the last 7 days talking and messaging. I mean, we have to cover every single detail, not just once or twice, but
5 times over.
Yeah, and we've decided which bits were important, which bits weren't important, but we've decided that everything, until anyone can rule it out, every single piece is important. So again, yes, them 3 people are important because they're part of a video, CCTV, of a young man that's gone missing and lost his life. But they're a very insignificant part because we do see them later on go in a different direction. So yes, they are important to a small degree because they're part of this. And they're only very, on a scale of 1 to 100, they're probably 0.5 on this whole thing. They are just part of a video. I guess again, then people could become important if we had some more information from other people.
Yeah.
Then if we knew that, let's say for instance we knew Nathan was going off to a party, and it turned out that them 3 people later on were at this party, then they would become very significant again. So these are all the little bits of information we need to know where Nathan was going.
Yeah.
We knew his hotel wasn't that way, and we know his phone was working. So if he was lost, his phone was working, he could have put his sat-nav on and gone back the opposite way and found his hotel. But again, these are questions we've been asking people and not getting answers to. So yes, them people at the minute they're not relevant, but they could become relevant. Yeah, of course they could. If like I said, they could have been in a party later where Nathan could have been or anything. It's just. But at the minute they're not really anything. So I don't need to focus on them.
Ooh.
His mother is considering selling her house to get answers. Please, if you can help, do so. I mean, that is tragic. It's tragic that people would have to go to them lengths.
That's very sad, and I didn't want to come out and say that outright earlier, so I kind of said the family are considering selling things, but now that has been put out there, can we all just take a wee step back and imagine that, as a mother, I can't imagine how that would feel to even for that woman to be even considering it. I'm going to have to sell my home to find out what happened to my son, and I'm sorry, but that doesn't sit right with me whatsoever. And I'm not one for coming on here and begging, and I don't have my gifts on, and I don't do this for any kind of financial reward. But if anyone could spur even a fiver, please do so, and give it to Nathan's GoFundMe page. I will. As soon as I get off this live, I'm going to add Nathan's GoFundMe link into my bio of TikTok. So as soon as this live ends, guys, I will have that on my bio, the link for you to click and donate straight to Nathan's family.
And guys, if you go onto a link, there's actually a QR code on GoFundMe. You could all do it yourself. You could take a screenshot of that and put a post on your TikTok, on your Facebook, on your Twitter accounts, whatever social media you use, Snapchat, everything. You could put that on there, and everyone can share that.
Yeah, and we'd really, really appreciate that, because
this family have lost their son. They can't lose the home as well.
No, they can't, and they do need to hire legal representation, and that is going to come at a cost. There's also going to be the cost of translators, and this is things going on in 2 different countries. So I need people to understand the magnitude of that. And if you do have even a couple of pounds spare, please consider donating it to Nathan's family.
So are we thinking about maybe winding this up now?
Yes, I think that would be a good idea. We'll maybe go for another few minutes and see if there's any final questions or whatever. As soon as the live's over, guys, I will get that. My first protocol is to get the GoFundMe into my TikTok bio. If we can get the GoFundMe shared as much as possible, that would be fantastic. Again, talk about this with your friends. see when you go to visit your granny tomorrow, or when your cousins are there and your aunties are there, talk about this. Tell them about Nathan. If you're from Newcastle, for example, in England, talk about it. Do you know someone that was there for a hen party in and around September time? Talk about this to anyone you can. Draw attention. Go to my wall. Show them the picture of Nathan and the clothes that he was wearing. What we want to do is trigger people's memories here, because it could be the tiniest wee piece of information that gives us a clue of Nathan's next movements after he disappears from that CCTV. So far, there's absolutely nothing credible after that. And as I say, there's a lot of things we're looking into before. There's a lot of things we need to tie up before. But the facts are, Nathan disappeared from that spot, and there's nothing after that. And he was found a very long way away in a very remote area. So if we could keep the focus on that, that would be really, really wonderful. If anyone has any information, please contact me, Jay, or the family. We've got Nathan, we've got Alana. You can go to them directly. You can come to us. But this family do need answers. And I think everyone's kind of getting the gist of what we've been up against for the past week. Again, I'll apologise for snapping a couple of times tonight, but it's been...
Can I just say, a few people have asked if we can just go over the whole case again, because we've just joined.
Absolutely.
I do appreciate that, but there was a heck of a lot to go through. I mean, we can give you the briefest of summary, and that's basically of a young man called Nathan Osman, who travelled out to Spain on the 27th of September to meet up with some friends. They were staying in separate hotels because Nathan booked slightly later, so he was in a separate hotel. They all went out for the day, had drinks, had a good time, everyone was in good spirits. And somewhere between the last pub that they left, which we're still not quite sure of, Nathan was found some distance away from his hotel, unalived, after he fell off the end of, led to believe fell off the end of some cliffs. There is some CCTV of Nathan on his way home. The police have deemed it as nothing suspicious, and they believe that Nathan's done this himself. But the next day, Nathan's bank card, because his wallet went missing, was on that same day of his body being found, his bank card was attempted to be used twice in that area. Because the family had the forethought earlier and cancelled that card, the card was declined. But somebody tried to use that card twice. Nathan was a family man. He had 4 children. He was a happy man. He had no mental health issues. He had no alcohol or drug abuse issues. He'd never been in trouble with the police. He had a good job. He had a good life, and he was a popular young man. He had no reasons to to end his life. But the police are trying to convince the family and everybody else that this is what happened.
Guys, can I just say, I don't know if I can pin this comment. If I can't, no, I can't pin comments, but it would really, the GoFundMe is the one and only that is set up for Nathan. It is set up by a family friend called Hannah Perry. So if you're ever redirected to any, that is the GoFundMe that will be in my bio. If you ever go to another GoFundMe for Nathan and it isn't set up by Hannah Perry, it's a fake. Because, as this case does get bigger, you may have fake accounts. Yeah. The real one will be in my bio. And if you're donating any money, please make sure it is that one. Now, currently, there are no fake ones or anything, but you just don't know what will come up down the line.
Karen's just asking what area of Spain. Sorry, I didn't. It was actually in Benidorm. I think I did say Benidorm, but it was in Benidorm. So again, the police are saying that there's no suspicious circumstances. Nathan was found in an area completely away from his hotel. It's not an area you would have known. You would have to have prior knowledge of that area to have found that area. So was Nathan taken up there against his will? Was Nathan going up there for a reason unbeknown to anybody else? Nobody knows. But what the family don't believe, and what the Welsh police don't believe, and what we don't believe, by looking at all the evidence and all the facts, is that Nathan didn't do this to himself.
He definitely didn't.
We need to get as much eyes and ears and attention on this. We need as many people talking about this and sharing this as possible, because we need to put pressure on the police. We need the police to open this and have a proper investigation. We need to have a proper investigation because it's happening far too often now.
Yeah, it really is. Nathan's one of many. And obviously that's who we're shouting from the rooftops for on this occasion. But he's certainly not alone.
No, he's not. No, and it is tragic. I mean, like you say, Nathan has a family. Yes, no, Nathan was from Wales. Nathan has a family, but more importantly, Nathan has 4 young children.
Yeah.
Nathan was 30 years old. His children are young children, and them 4 children are going to grow up without their daddy, and it's tragic.
And again, I've said it in lives before, I know how hard that is. And I also, at a point I made to Alana, I also know how important it is to have answers for your children. And there is going to come a point where Nathan's 4 children are going to be old enough to want to access the information available about what happened to their daddy. And I think it's vitally important that, as it stands at the minute, those kids, if they were old enough, which thankfully they aren't, they have a long way to go. However, if they were old enough to look into this themselves, at this point in time, they would be seeing that allegedly their dad done this to himself and he committed suicide. And we all know, everyone is in 100% agreement that is not the case. So I think it's very, very important that we get these answers, so that when these kids grow up and ask for answers, and they turn around and say, Auntie Lana, Uncle Lee, what happened to my daddy? They can give them the most accurate answers that they possibly can,
We can't have these kiddies growing up thinking that their daddy chose to leave them behind.
Yeah. And from my perspective, my situation was very different. My eldest 2 children's dad died in an accident at work. And that led to a 15-year legal battle to find out exactly what happened to him that day. Now, my point was, at the very beginning, Health and Safety came out and said, no suspicious circumstances, must have been something he done wrong. In my heart of hearts, I knew how meticulous he was about his work, his safety and things like that. So I knew this didn't sit right. And I had to fight tooth and nail for 15 years before his name was cleared. But what I didn't want, and people used to say to me, does it really matter? It does. Because you know why? I didn't want my kids getting to an age, because they were P1 and P2 when it happened. So like 5 and 6. I didn't want them getting to an age to say to me, Mummy, what happened to my daddy? They were Googling their dad's name and all when they had a certain age. And Nathan's children will do the same.
Yeah, they will.
And what I didn't want was to get to a certain point and for me to go, oh, well, a certain lady in Health and Safety said that it was something your daddy did wrong, but I don't think it was. And for my kids to go, well, why didn't you do nothing about that? If you knew my daddy didn't do anything wrong, I couldn't. And for a period of my son's life, he was very, very angry at everyone around him, especially his daddy, because he was like, he promised me he would never leave me, and he did. So trying to explain to a 6-year-old your daddy didn't want to leave you is hard enough, So I really believe that kind of similar situation, and that's why I'm talking about myself, this isn't about me, but I really believe that similar situation is going to, there will come a day when Nathan's children are going to want to know exactly what happened to him out there.
I mean, it's never ever going to change. Them kiddies have lost their father, so they're always going to have that pain.
Yeah.
But it can be made a lot, maybe easy is the wrong word, but it can be made a lot more better for them to seek comfort in it, knowing in years to come, if we find justice and the truth comes out, that something happened to Nathan that wasn't his own fault. Yeah. Yes, some children have still lost a father, but if all through their life we don't find the truth, and the only truth they know is that their father decided to leave them, go to Benidorm, and then choose to not go home to them. Them children have got to live with that forever.
Yeah. And that's why, and that is my personal motivation. Yep. The whole family have touched my heart. But especially as a mother who had to tell her kids that daddy wasn't coming home. And I know the kind of mental knock-off effect that has for many, many years. I mean, my eldest children are 23 and 22 now. And it still affects them to this day. So, I know what they're going to be facing. And those children are, as much as I have the utmost respect for Nathan's parents and love for them, and Alana and Lee, you know, my, as a mother, main focus is these kids. And that's, you know, it's heartbreaking. It really, really is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So that's why we're doing this. We're doing this because the family reached out. But when for me, it was when I looked at Nathan and I'd seen that he had 4 children, and I just thought, you know, these 4 children need to know the truth, and the truth is out there. The truth is out there, and the only way we're going to get to the truth is by people like ourselves, people like Hayley, other people on social media, which is what the family have been resorted to turn to because the police have just shut up shop. The only way we're ever going to get answers is by getting as much eyes and ears on it. And I'm sorry if at times tonight it's felt like we're asking tough questions, but tough questions need to be asked and tough questions need to be answered.
Yeah. You know, me and Jay do plan to do this more regularly with more cases. You know, we're in talks about, we're hoping to have our first podcast over the next few weeks. So again, I apologise for snapping a few times tonight, but if you are going to be regular followers of us, it will happen again, because I do lose it at times, and I do apologise, but
you said you were going to be good cop.
Yes, I promise.
And you said you were going to be good cop tonight.
I know. I haven't been very good so far, have I? I've been, and I tell you, this is me trying to behave. Can you imagine if I just, you know, I tell you, I don't mean to sound horrible, but I'm so level-headed. See, when I get to the point where I lose it, I have to, you know, really control myself, because I'm well-spoken and I try to be polite. And see, when I lose it, it's like open mic at the fucking trap house, and then it's like all hell breaks loose. So I try not to let myself get to that point.
But this is the reason why people are asking us to help, because they've seen enough of us to know that we ain't going to stroke your ego.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that. We're not going to leave bits out just to protect somebody.
No,
we're going to give you the facts, and if them facts hurt or them facts hit you hard, then tough shit, they're going to hit you hard, because at the end of all of these, there's a young man or a young woman who's either missing or no longer with us. So when you're trying to find answers to that, you can't stroke people's egos and be too nice about it. Yes, you can be respectful. You can certainly be respectful, but you can be respectful, but you can also be hard, and you can hit them points hard. So whether that be you in a certain case or me in a certain case, it's going to affect us both differently. And again, we've had quite a bit of pushback. Don't say this, don't ask that, you can't do this, you can't do that. But at the end of the day, we've said, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it 100% warts and all. If you don't have to do it and deliver the actual the key facts of it, then we're not going to do it. And that's going to be like anything going forward. If anyone ever asks us to look into something, and we will look into it, like I say, we've spent 7 days on this, hours and hours every day. You more so than me, because I'm out at work quite a lot as well.
I think I've had about 6 hours sleep in the past 7 days, no joke.
But we will always look at things diligently and get every single fact possible. And then if there's some tough questions to ask at the end of it, we are always going to ask them. We're not going to produce something that is half-arsed. So people are left at the end of it saying, they're just doing it for a few clicks, for a bit of fame. No, we're not doing this. We want to do it properly, and we want to do it as vigorously as possible.
And just to add to that, Jay, the motivation is because we care. It's because we genuinely care. And if there's a victim out there anywhere that we can give a voice to that previously didn't have one, we will by all means do so.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, listen, we're going to wrap it up now, guys. I will, straight after this live has ended, I am going straight to put that link into my TikTok bio for Nathan's GoFundMe. The Conscious Reset I've seen this kind of wee slogan, Quids for the Kids, which is absolutely fantastic. Yeah. And obviously any money left over will go to Nathan's children. However, I don't know, I can't imagine that there will be. This family are going to be facing huge legal costs, from here on in. And it's what they're going to have to do if they're to get any answers. So please get behind them, no matter how big, no matter how small.
Can I just say something as well, Lisa, as well? As we all know, I mean, I don't know what Nathan's situation was with life insurance, but life insurance don't pay out if somebody's been deemed to have taken their own life, or that used to be the case. And if that isn't the truth,
I think that's still the case, yeah.
So that if that's the case, and that isn't what's happened, we need to know the truth of that, because these children growing up, and Nathan's, Nathan's wife, these funds could also help towards, stopping the family from having to sell their home to fund these legal costs. But also, if this family, if there's anything to come from this, and Nathan's children can have a better life down the road because of the financial health that will come from losing his life, that won't happen if we don't get to the bottom of this, and this is deemed to be doing it himself.
Yeah, and that is a very, very important part.
Yeah.
Ultimately, even if the kind of the results and the conclusion could change, because there is still ongoing work, and there is still things being said to the Welsh police. So all hope isn't lost, and we're firmly in the belief that lots of people can contribute to this investigation. They can help point the family in the right way. Someone somewhere seen something. In fact, I'm pretty sure more than one person has information that could be very, very valuable to this case. And again, and I would like to state innocent information. I'm not sitting here thinking that any certain particular person has knowledge that's really detrimental. The people that have the missing pieces to this may well not even know that something has happened to Nathan. So I really need to make that clear. But yeah, a fully clear picture of that evening is...
It's like pieces of a jigsaw, isn't it? The more pieces you can put in and fill them holes, the bigger the picture becomes. And that's that's probably, I know that's a cliche, but it is just little missing pieces of a jigsaw, little small snippets of information that are going to build a bigger picture. And one of them pieces of jigsaw will put Nathan in a certain place that somebody will jog somebody's mind and go, actually, I saw him there. It was 20 to 7 in the morning. He was getting in a taxi, or he was leaving a house, or he was with a girl or something. Them little pieces of the jigsaw are going to create a bigger picture, and that's what this is about. Finding a piece of the jigsaw. Yeah,
absolutely. So we will get that link into my bio. This will be available on YouTube. I do believe the Observer was recording for us, so it will be available on YouTube. We'll get that on as soon as we can, and we will keep you updated, because, as we say, this is an ongoing case, and we will keep you updated as and when we get the information. There is some more evidence that we're still kind of working our way through, and we will update you probably with another live. However, we will, this isn't the end of this case. In fact, it's only the beginning. But I have to say, I feel a lot better to kind of have got the majority of it out there, because it was a very long week. So hopefully people can help us. Hopefully people can donate to the GoFundMe, and we can get some, not only answers, but funds going to help finance this, because, as I say, the legal costs are going to be tremendous, and every little helps.
And them legal costs will be tremendous as well, because they're always going to be fighting against the system in Spain. So where in the UK a lawyer might send 1 or 2 letters, might have to send 30 or 40 in Spain just to get a knock on the door, and them letters all cost money. So that's why the legal costs will be through the roof.
Yeah. And I want everyone to kind of be mindful of that. And if you have, and I understand we're all in tough times. I'm not a rich person myself. So I totally understand that not everyone will be able to give, and that's totally fine. Also, Sharon, putting Nathan's case out there, doing your bit in any way you can, is more than enough. But if you can spare a few pennies, please do so.
I'm just getting the jigsaw piece on my screen. It normally comes a lot earlier than that. I don't just do it once. I have to do it 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. Thankfully, I've only had it once tonight.
Crikey. That's 5 times I've had to do it now.
I've only had it once, and with my fat fingers, it's actually quite hard.
Come on. There we go. That's done. So listen, we're going to say goodbye, yeah?
Yep, we are. Jay, I'm going to to get into that 45-minute period of CCTV. If I do need to, I'll have to expand the time. But I think based on that last call at 10:04, I think if we work from 9:45 to 10:30 now, do you think that's kind of covering?
Yeah.
Or would you expand it a wee bit more or less?
I would do that, and then and hopefully, I mean, somebody said something to me on here tonight. Obviously, we're not going to be there to ask male one and his dad any questions, but we could send a message to Lee and Alana and say, could you ask these questions? One of them questions could be roughly, when you're outside this pub and you said the ambulance went past, roughly what time is it? And we can have a look if that ambulance is on there as well. You know what you said earlier on. You know, what time did they roughly get there for breakfast? We can have a look at these sort of things on CCTV. Because what we want to do is we want to get the missing piece of the jigsaw, and we don't want these guys to feel like we're pointing the finger at them. We know they've been through enough stress. They've lost a friend.
Yeah. And it has been hard for them, you know, and I want them to know, if any of them are listening, you know, we do feel an awful lot of sympathy for you, but at the end of the day, there's too many question marks. And at some point, you know, this family's feelings and Nathan's children have to come before even our own selfish feelings, you know.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people on here saying, you know, it should be recorded. No, these guys have been through enough themselves. And they've probably had the stress of us tonight, sort of asking tough questions, and there was no ulterior motive apart from just to ask the tough questions like you said we would.
And this is the thing, you know, the answers don't need to come directly to us. We're not saying we need to speak to these guys. All we need is clear answers on a number of things that are yet to be verified. And when you're getting kind of brick walls, when you're asking the very most basic of questions, it does kind of raise questions then as to why these people are behaving like that. But again,
so I think for me and you, we can probably have a day or two off anyway from this. We'll still look at it. We'll still look at it and look at the notes and things that we've got. But we can sort of the pressure's off a little bit now. We've given this live. We can have a couple of days off, and hopefully in that time, the family will speak to male one and his dad, and we might get a little bit back. I might clarify a few things. So when we do come back on an update, we might be able to update more in a positive way on these guys, and also fill in a few gaps. You know, so until they've had that meeting, we don't really know, do we?
Yeah. Well, this is it. Yeah. I think the next wee while will certainly be very interesting, especially with regards to the case file and how the Welsh police deal with, you know, the next moves and the information that they receive and things like that. So there's definitely a lot to kind of keep our eyes and ears on.
You said tonight a few
MPs. Give us the option to join your team. Yvonne, I think you can only join teams when you allow gifts and all that shit. And do you know what? I wouldn't have anyone coming on here saying everything that I do because I genuinely care or I have an interest in the case. See, the minute you start accepting gifts, you've got people calling you this and, oh, you're only doing it for this. No one can say anything about me because I do not make a penny. And that's just the way I like it, you know. So you can't join my team because I don't have a team to join.
Yep. So
if anyone gifts, you could donate to charity. Yeah, I know. But you know what? Then you're going to have some fucker going, I bet you should kept some of them coins herself. Have you got screenshots?
I don't know. I don't know if mine are on. I don't know if they're on or off. I don't know. But I've always said if anything comes on mine, I'll use it for my homeless project, or I'd give it to one.
Yeah, you know, I just can't be fucked. Show us screenshots of it, because you know we did actually really consider putting the gifts on for tonight and transferring the coins to Lana. But you know what? You've always got some bugger somewhere going, did you send all them coins? Did you? Do you know what? See if you have no fucking coins coming through you. Yeah. One can say nothing.
It's because of these people.
That's my choice, you know.
Because of these people, the family are missing out on gifts, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's sad. Yeah. It really is, but to me, it's easier to keep it as a standard rule, gifts off, and that way, no one can say anything. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'm ready to go.
Yes, Jay, and I will speak to you tomorrow.
Guys, see you all later. Take care, and thanks.
We do, Jake. Do you want to just drop out, and I'm going to just address this GoFundMe. We do have a GoFundMe page up. It has been